before I round up, if that will take it. No. Can I give you the flash? No. You can use this. He's here. He's here. He's here. Yeah, it's fine. Thank you. It happens, right? So, okay, while they're doing that, how many of us are on ChatGPT? So, you've checked. Have you validated what I said about the password policy? If you can use 1234 to log into ChatGPT, have you checked? Have you find out? Yeah. So, because talking about cybersecurity, as simple as that level, then how many of us too are users on blockchain.com? Yeah, you have, yes. So how many of us have asset has been locked for over 1 year? Have you experienced that? Okay, none of us. Yeah, because which is I'm using that as an example because the reason why we need to build our own platform, because I know Nigerian users on blockchain.com right now that their wallets or their assets has actually been locked for a year without any notification. They've been writing, which is the impact, the risk. How far? It's coming up. Okay. there's a gift for you. That's why I want to play that video. So that's a lot. You don't get yeah. There is a gift from Enormous to us. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, after this. Yeah, can you play it now?
Hello members of the Nigeria blockchain community. I am pleased to inform you that each and every participant in this year's conference will be receiving one Ethereum token as a conference gift. I hope this will add to the excitement and value of the event. Thank you.
Can you play it again?
Hello members of the Nigeria blockchain community. I am pleased to inform you that each and every participant in this year's conference will be receiving one Ethereum token as a conference gift. I hope this will add to the excitement and value of the event. Thank you. Hello members of the Nigeria blockchain community. I am pleased to inform you that each and every participant in this year's conference will be receiving one Ethereum token as a conference gift. I hope this will add to the excitement and value of the event. Thank you.
There is a challenge, yes. So what that
Hello
message
members
is
of the Nigeria
saying
blockchain
is,
community. I am pleased to inform you that each and every participant in this year's conference will be receiving one Ethereum token as a conference gift. I hope this will add to the excitement and value of the event. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello members of the Nigeria blockchain.
Hey, it's okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. So now, quickly, right? Quickly, but the challenge is this. So that message is saying to Mr. Chuta, because Elon Musk identified the great thing he has been doing. So he gave me 10 Ethereum to give 10 users. But the challenge is, when I discussed with him that how do we distribute these 10 Ethereum, is actually very difficult because this is going to be played for him too. So what we're going to do is the first 10 people that will write their public key, if you have your wallet here, and drop it 10, the first 10 get those Ethereum. That's the condition. That's the condition. And I'm going to count up to 21, 2, 3. Okay. Well, if that is not working, if you have your wallet here so that you can get immediate transfer, the first 10 people that comes here, please, the first 10 people, the first 10 people, the first 10 people, Mr. Chuta, please come and help us. Come and help us, Mr. Chuta. We are giving out the 10 Ethereum. Please come and help us. Come and help us. Okay. Guys, you have been scammed. You have been scammed. You have been scammed. You have been scammed. Hello. 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 Now, who can tell me what that video is? If you know that video, please tell me. What? Deep fake. You have 100,000 naira. Please, we need to credit you. That's a deep fake. Yeah, because everybody just said AI. I heard that. But that was a deep fake video. Yeah. So you can see, when people are saying cybersecurity is not important, cybersecurity is very, very important. And how many of us have heard about deepfake before? Deepfake is AI too. So, why did I? Because when we talk about the subject of cybersecurity, subject of cybersecurity, right? There is no time, because my job is, there's so many things. Yeah, we all already know the technologies, but believe me sincerely, hello, now, why is cybersecurity very important to me? Each time I tell people, because, there's a question, Africa, where do we want to be? Where do we want to be? Because as we're talking about all of these revolutionized technologies, blockchain, believe me sincerely, countries, by the year 2030, it's already clear where everybody is going. But the question is, when I'm not saying Africa, Nigeria, do we want to become a digital champion? Because just like when the internet came, the US revolutionary, they were in the first front. That's why today, all the people making the profit with the internet revolutions are from where? They are from the US. And we need to be careful. So the question is, do we want to become? But we cannot be, let me be honest with you, you can't become a digital champion if our mentality is only on cryptocurrency trading. No way. Believe me sincerely. I'm not saying you should not do cryptocurrency trading. Please, don't quote me wrong. I'm saying we cannot, in the grand scheme of things, the only way we can be digital champion is when we start to build secure, innovative platforms. But then, because guess what? There will be countries that will end up as what? Digital smart followers. Yeah, they will still take part of the market share, but guess what? There will be digital adopters. But most of the time, what has happened in the African landscape is, do you know, we are always digital latecomers. We're digital latecomers. And why? Because we're only looking of what can we eat? What can we take? Instead of thinking, what can we build? What value can we give? And that is why I said I want to challenge us. Because guess what? For digital champions, always excel in 2 dimensions. Digital champions, number one, because they're going to build digital capability and they're going to build leadership capability, and that's what is happening in the US. If you are, because this is the DNA of a digital champion. And guess what? At the end of the day, it is going to be automatic. You are going to make money. The country will make money. Foreign investments will come. Because why? Just exactly in India and all of those other countries. Because because when you excel both at digital capability and leadership capability, what happens? There will be revenue and there will be profit. There's no time, I'll just fast. But then, as innovators, even as users, as we start to engage all of these technologies, believe me sincerely, you cannot underplay, which was why I intentionally formulated that deep fake video to even see, because the title of my keynote is actually building a digital trust intelligence quotient. You can't, even as a user, you can't be a digital master if your digital trust quotient is very low. If your cybersecurity intelligence quotient, because we're talking about decentralized intelligence, if your cybersecurity intelligence is very low, you can't be a master. Because there's no time, I'm going to skip. There are because guess what? There is what I call the invisible stakeholders. The invisible stakeholders, what are those invisible stakeholders? They are vulnerabilities within the systems. Those are invisible stakeholders that me and you, there's no time, I'm going to skip, but because now I told you about the ChatGPT. So don't wait. So I'm challenging the innovators in the house. This is, you can only see this in some very coded websites when this happened, because guess what? June 01, 2023 was when ChatGPT was hacked. Yeah, you can confirm this. The breach occurred between a 9-hour window, and somebody discovered that, you just like I just told you now, that even as we speak today, as we talk about, ordinary password policy has not been implemented. But then when you're talking about OpenAI, everybody's saying artificial. The word itself is big in our mouths. But you cannot underplay, the cybersecurity. And of course, no time. And this breach occurred because most of the time, that's why programmers, developers are very pivotal to the prosperity that we're talking about. So as we're setting up hubs, believe me sincerely, my critical word today will be, as we build, we should teach those developers to secure coding practices. Hello? We should learn secure coding practices. Whatever you are building, believe me sincerely, because if you want to commercialize your product in the international market, by the time, because already don't forget you are disadvantaged. By the time they run some tools and find out that is this what you want to sell in international market, because it's porous. So Yeah, so we really have to be careful. You know, there was the open source bug. There was no time. I'm just going to, yeah, because I've said. But then, and when it comes to Web3 too, so don't think it's only about artificial intelligence. So be careful. So don't ever, because technology comes with its inherent risk. And don't forget what I said about what? The integrated touch point. So, you know, for technology, for Web3, there are a plethora of issues too. Number one is lack of encryption and verification of API queries. You know, smart contract hacking. Because most of those smart contracts, come to think of it, it's still what? You know, people programs. So if there are issues, that's where a lot of smart contracts is going to be hacked. Privacy concern of decentralized data storage. Those are issues with Web3. And then, of course, all the well-known, the Web3 also is susceptible to all the well-known Web 2.0 risk, SQL injection, all of those. So if you are not doing the right thing. And account theft and mobile wallet theft, those are issues with Web3. Protocol and bridges attack, slow updates. You know, my time I really, you know. But then the question is, so that we don't live here and be thinking, all these developers are bad people. No. You understand? But it's just that most of the time, innovators think to make things work. But what we're now saying is, as you're thinking of making things work, make them work securely. That's the message. And the only way is learning what? Secure coding practices. Right. Because there's so many factors that impact the developer. And then, human what? Vulnerabilities. Do you know why? Yes. The human vulnerabilities. Trust and gullibility. A lot of times. You understand? People wanted you have to have free. There is no, even in free town. If you go to free town today, there is no free lunch. And that's what, yeah, there's no free lunch. Each time, every day, I get a lot of, you know, sometimes my MetaMask, somebody will say, oh, do an update now. But because some people, somebody wants to credit you something 000, you know, and people will log in, you click on the link, and when their MetaMask then gets hijacked, then they'll be blaming the devil. No. It is, you understand? So it is the reason why what happened today. And guess what? I heard some of them are saying, we know, we are already suspecting, but guess what happened? Let me tell you on the human vulnerability. Sometimes ago, some hackers, when fraudsters went to BNUG, because sometimes, you know, there's what is called malicious ignorance for the human vulnerabilities. Because sometimes you think you are smart, but it's malicious ignorance when you think you are smart and you are actually not smart. Because the hacker is smarter than you. So these guys, when the fraudsters, they moved chunk amount of money from a bank, and they were looking for how to move that money out. Do you know what they did? They did exactly what I did this morning. They went to BNUG and told all the students that, see, there is a fund, scholarship fund coming to Nigeria. But the only condition is you must submit your ATM card and your PIN number. But you say, do you know what happened? The students, just like some of them are saying when they came up for that, they're already suspecting, but they just want to risk it. Because to them, all of them felt like, what do I have? Even my zero balance I get. What is the risk? Hello? That's what they thought. That was the risk. Even said, some of them said, nothing in my account. Whoa, see my ATM card, see my PIN. And don't forget, so when people live here today, malicious ignorance, because they thought they are smart. There is no risk. Do you know what those fraudsters did? Those fraudsters moved those billions, distributed it on all of those accounts. Don't forget, you know they have their PIN. They withdrew all of those money. So when they called those things to come and do forensic investigation, we saw all those students, and police invaded BNUG. They arrested all of them. That was when they now discovered that, wow, they are actually not smart. Because what you are seeing in the logs is, Olukunle Aloni Shola, Oga, you withdrew 500 million. You go explain tire. Why? You know, all of them are now saying, you know, they were crying. They beat all of them. And I can tell you some of them are actually still being party, because all those situations where you now hear some people are still awaiting trial. But why? Because of what? Trust and what? Gullibility. Gullibility. All right? And lack of awareness. As we're talking about all of this technology, open your mind. Knowledge is your greatest. Know what is happening. Some of us don't know, thank God some of you, madam, you have $100, 100,000, or yes, I'll credit you personally. So because yes, deep fake, it's not just saying artificial intelligence. No, what is deep fake? You need to know, because guess what? There is no time that a company in Hong Kong just lost $22.5 million to deep fake. Do you know what happened? Deep fake has gone advanced. They set up a Zoom meeting, and the chief financial officer of the organization was co-opted into a Zoom meeting, and he's seeing his CEO, he's seeing everybody in the Zoom meeting, and they gave him instruction. Google it, Hong Kong. They lost 20, and unfortunately, it was a deep fake Zoom meeting. So you better be careful. So when people underplay cybersecurity, where we are, I go just look, because I know, say, by the time you see the rot of not having cybersecurity intelligence quotient, that's when say something there. They lost $22.5 million. So awareness is key. Cognitive bias to manipulate individuals into making poor decisions. Curiosity and what? Impulsiveness. Some of them are very curious. Truly, they wanted to see. Time has gone. Don't worry, I'm rounding up. And then, what do we need to do? Fostering digital trust. How do we build digital trust intelligence quotient? What do we need to do? Number one, as we are engaging all of these technologies and we want to compete in the global market, we must learn to do what? Ask ourselves critical questions to say, are we doing the right things? Are we doing them the right way? Are we getting them done well? And that's the only way all those dollars will come. But you must fulfill to answer all of those questions. And if you're a programmer, believe me, anything, a developer, whichever part you want to play, don't forget, are we doing the right thing? As you're writing that code, are you doing the right thing? Are we doing them? Because are we doing the right thing is a strategy question. Are we doing them the right way is an architecture question, which was, if you listen what I said, that any system can be digitally invaded. No matter, if I was so sure when they were making noise about OpenAI at that time, which was I was on the lookout for, let me even see whether for the very first time there will be a platform that will be so secured. I was so shocked when, that breach occurred. Immediately, they covered it. That's why a lot of people did not know. And as even if you speak, so don't get carried away about technology, but make sure to say, are we doing the right thing? Are we doing them the right way? Are we getting them done well? Very important. And for technology people, we're talking about decentralized intelligence. One person cannot do it. We need the business people. We need the technical people. You need the users. Because sometimes too, some of us, when we innovative solutions, you are building solutions for yourself. Do you know what Steve Jobs, that's actually the challenge in Africa. Steve Jobs is saying no. You build solution for the what? For the customer. But sometimes when we're building solution in Africa, we are building it for what? For ourselves. No. There should be a mind shift. Because that's the only way. That's the only way we can make money, because Africa is thinking, we have the demography, but we're always eating crumbs because we should build solution with the world in mind. Not with, you understand? While we're thinking, let me listen very well. While we're thinking, we need to build homegrown solution. Yes, I understand that. But guess, for us to scale, yes, homegrown solution, please note, it's good. But that homegrown solution, in fact, there is a word called localization. It's a localized solution, but with a global mind in mind as you're building it. Because that's the only way. That's the only way. And you cannot do that. We can't leave it for the technical people alone. Everybody has a part to play in the ecosystem. The regulators, the business people, the private sector, the public sector, the developers, everybody. Nothing great is ever done in isolation. Nothing ever great. And then leverage global standards to build these innovative solutions. Yeah, even if, no matter what it is, because sometimes, as a compliance, sometimes if I wear my hat as a compliance person, we tell you compliance does not do anything. See, we're not saying it is the minimum requirement that you should do. But nobody is saying compliance is a silver bullet or any standard is a silver bullet. Today, even for us as human beings, there is what is called balanced diet. Some people came on, you need to eat, because you won't even know in what proportion you are eating carbohydrate, or but you need carbohydrate, fat and oil, multivitamins to have what? Complete diet. So that's what compliance and standardization do, to give you minimum requirement, to do what? To build innovative solutions. And then of course, for, and those compliance, the compliance solution, all those compliance, you talked about, of course, the ISO 42000 that I mentioned, there's the NIST framework for artificial intelligence, all of them. You can Google them. And then, of course, if you're building Web3 solutions, make sure that you encrypt your API querying and signing. Of course, web application firewall implementation, strong code auditing. Audit your code. Audit your code. Don't wait to see when penetration testers or all those guys or cyber criminals or hackers will audit the code for you. As a programmer, audit your code first. You understand? Don't get hacked. Because when you get hacked, it's because they have audited your code for you and they will tell you there's a vulnerability somewhere. I'm rounding up. And then, because it is about, don't forget, building a digital trust intelligence quotient. Because most of the time, there are different kinds of intelligence in the world. There is the cognitive intelligence. That means what has happened. Don't wait. Those are digital latecomers. Why did it happen? Some people are still asking themselves questions. See, by 2030 now, how many years do we have to 2030? Just 6 years. You will see what will happen. That's what we need to. But for us, augmented intelligence is we need to start to think and be proactive now, and start to build innovative, secure innovative product, and then what is likely to happen? Then we begin to be we're thinking ahead. And that's, just like the revolution that is happening in the fintech world today. And I think this platform can bet the next multi-billion dollars individual, honestly. And just be thinking you are staking your Ethereum today because you want to get one USDT and all of those things. No, life is more than that. Right, it's more than that. So let's understand the big picture, right? Cybersecurity is a discussion topic for everyone. And then, don't forget what I said. I'm not saying we should build solutions that at the end of the day, it's so locked down. It's about what? Balancing the fulcrum. Protection activities and what? Sustainment activities. Our product has to be innovative. Don't say because of security I now build a solution that nobody can even use it, that is not user-friendly. No, that's not my message. My message is balance. Innovation and what? And digital trust, cybersecurity, it goes hand in hand. And it's about investing in people and process, not just on the technology. Those is like it's a tripod, the people, the process, the technology. And at the end of the day, that's the only way, because digital trust is all inclusive. You see, it's about security and reliability, accountability and oversight, inclusive, ethical and responsible use, of AI, all of these big technologies, and that's what digital trust. And that's why, and every individual must develop that intelligence. As we talk about decentralized intelligence, very important. Digital trust is a journey, it's not a destination. We need to keep testing and build capacity. And the way we can build capacity is knowledge. And one dangerous thing about knowledge is this, as I round up. In Africa, do you know the problem in Africa is called knowledge course? Knowledge course means it costs, as in C-U-R-C-E. We think we know so much. So sometimes, to avoid knowledge course, you need to unlearn what you already know. And do what? And relearn. Let's not be stuck. Let's open our mind. Because I think that's the only way we can take our lion's share within the spectrum of all of this conversation. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that rapturous applause. Thank you. I think he deserves it. Dr. Obadari, you see, you and I, we are almost of the same height, right? So it is not nice that you give out 100,000 to someone who is way taller than me. And I mean, just add one more zero to that. I'm making my account number is 419-419-4190. I don't know the name of the bank. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Peter Obadari. I'd like to invite a couple of persons, but let me quickly inform that right after he steps down, we're going to give awards. We have about 10 awards that we are giving out to deserved awardees. Right after that, we also have the first panel discussion. We have 3 enriching panel discussions, and then we would hear from our chief sponsor after the first panel award. We have a lot lined up for you. But right now, I want to invite to come have a photo session with our keynote speaker. I'd like to invite our lead keynote speaker to please also come join us here. Please put your hands together for Engineer Dr. Salisu Kaka. I'd also like to I'd like to welcome once again our convener, Mr. Chimezie Chuta, who is the chairman of the board of Blockchain Experts Association of Nigeria. Blockchain Experts Association of Nigeria has been doing a lot, and our keynote speakers sit on the board of that group. Mr. Chuta will introduce the other members, and then we'll have a photo session with him.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Peter Obadari. You people did not clap enough. Did not clap enough. 50-something plus certifications, and you got it for free. This course, sir, I know that the cheapest course I've seen you advertise was 250,000, and it was a webinar. To sit in his course physically, you know what you pay. Do you understand me? I remember in 2018, you told me that you had spent over 50 million for certification courses in 2018. That's an old data. Over 50 million then. Wow. Like how much now have you spent in certifications? Over 500 million in certifications. Are you still sitting down? Are you still sitting down? If you want it, you will honor him. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, sit down. Now, let me tell you something, because we've been on this journey for a pretty long time. And because we are very determined on what we want to do, how we want to do it, and where we want to get to with what we are doing, we don't even bother about too much noise. This event is being organized by the community of Blockchain Nigeria as a group all across Nigeria. It's a community for everybody and for no one in town. So anybody can join the community. So we congregate on a Telegram channel, but it's private. Be on your tag, you will see the link to the Telegram channel, so you could scan it and join. But Blockchain Nigeria's group also has an incorporated trust known as Blockchain Experts Association of Nigeria, of which I'm privileged to be the chairman of the board. And my good friend here is the first chairman, but now a member of the board. And we have some other of our board members that I want to call them. And our interest here is to deepen knowledge as experts. There's a difference. You could see what is coming out. And Engineer Kaka here, our first corporate member, is a PhD holder. Knowledge, expert knowledge. Okay, so I want to welcome some of our board members. Madam Buki, please can you come forward? Put your hand together for Barrister Buki Ogunsakun. I hope I pronounced it well. Forgive me. Kwebarino, can you step forward? Adelekon Adebayo, step forward. Faith Titus Okofomba, are you here? Step forward. We're taking this group forward. Please, just move this way. This way. Shehu Adeosun, step forward, please. Nnamdi Oba, step forward, please. Please come forward, come forward. Let's just take this first physical group photograph of the Blockchain Experts Association of Nigeria. You can just... So this association is open for people who want to specialize their knowledge in the technology sector, especially majoring on blockchain. So you can apply to join it. The website is blockchainexpertsng.org. Blockchainexpertsng.org. Click on the join bean and it will take you to the form and you express your interest. So it's a formal association focused on deepening knowledge among the ecosystem players and organizations. Okay, so you can go there and put in the application and you'll be interviewed and you'll be given the opportunity to join. But the QR code behind the back of your tag is a community where you could just join immediately and begin to participate. So let's take this picture, then we'll go to the awards. All right. All right, thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you so much. Please get seated because the next awards, we're going to be handing them out before you leave, Doctor. Thank you so much. Please, MC, you have to give a very big shout out to our sponsor. Our sponsor. You're not shouting enough for him before he will tell us to give him back his money.
All right, while we prepare for the award, I'd like for the award plaques to be made ready. We have 10 awards we're giving out. The first set of awards will be given out to 3 persons. But the convener preempted me already. I was going to specially recognize and mention the sponsor, the chief sponsor of Decentralized Intelligence 2024. Without their intervention, we probably might not be sitting here right now. They have been so generous and they have been so magnanimous and so committed to ensuring that DI 2024 does not miss out on the 2024 calendar, because it was seeming so. If you look at the hall, it is yet to be fully packed. Unlike last year, everywhere was packed full. We had an overpour of this hall. I guess that the reality of the Tinubunomics is telling on us a lot of persons cannot make their way in here. So thank you, Chief Sponsor. I'd like for you to please, 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 I'm always in the culture of celebrating with rapturous applause people and organizations that have done pretty well. I'd like for us to recognize and appreciate with a solid round of applause our chief sponsor for DI 2024, a freak group of companies. And then to every vision, there's a visionary. To every organization, there is someone who has committed practically the whole of his or herself to it to ensure it comes to light. I remember one very early Sunday morning, I think just about past 6, this visionary calls me up and began to share the vision. of Africa to me. And I was like, okay, this is way, way beyond you as a person. This is a global vision. And I pray that God gives you speed, gives you strength, gives you the ability to bet it to reality. Today, it is beyond reality. Ladies and gentlemen, our first contact with this man was in 2027 when CBN hosted us. Some persons, 2017, I'm a man of the future. You don't know what's happening to me here. Elon Musk's deepfake was affecting me because I thought I already had one Ethereum. 2017, thank you for bringing my attention to it. All right, so CBN hosted some of us, and Mr. Twitter was one of the speakers. I was one of the speakers. And when this man spoke, at the end of the event, CBN officials would not let us rest. They went to hijack him. And since that day, I've known that, okay, there's something that is waiting to explode from this man. Ladies and gentlemen, the visionary behind Africa Group of Companies, the chief sponsor of Decentralized Intelligence 2024. Please do appreciate Mr. Jessam Michael. So I know that Africa has a greeting that is similar to that of the Spartans, yeah? Yeah? Who will come and chant that greeting? Somebody come and chant the greeting. Okay, before the Yahoo, what are you called? Spartans, what's your profession? This place is still quiet. Okay, let me hear the women. Spartans, what's your profession? Men, Spartans, what's your profession? All Africa, Spartans, what's your profession? You're not up to 300, but you're shouting more than 300. Put your hands together for yourself. All right. Mr. Jessam will be speaking tomorrow. But some other persons from Africa will be speaking right after the first panel session. Please welcome our convener one more time to come and moderate the award presentation. Mr. Chimeze Chuta.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to do this fast. We have so much. We have not even started scratching the surface, so we'll be very fast. I don't want to start going into the qualifications that we have as a community and as an organization to give an industry award. It's a subject of another day, but borrowing the word of one of the judges who entertained a case against the former president, Buhari, when someone wanted to challenge whether he was qualified to be president because he did not have skill certificate. That judge said that, indeed, the president is eminently qualified to be president. so that word, eminently qualified, stuck with me. So I borrowed that word. I said that BNUG is eminently qualified to hand out industry standard awards. And we are going to be doing it now. All right. I am the chairman of National Blockchain Policy Implementation Steering Committee. That's another cap that I'm wearing to give me the impetus to be eminently qualified to hand out the awards today. So the first award that we are going to be handing out today has to do with AI Visionary Leader. And to hand that award out will be the representative of the Director General of the National Agency for Technology Development, Engineer Dr. Kaka. Can you put your hands together for him? And the voting for this award, we had about 4,203 voters. And at the end of the day, the winner of this particular AI Innovator Award is no other person than Orakwe John. Put your hands together for him. Orakwe John is a spectacular AI dude. You're going to be participating in a workshop that he will also facilitate tomorrow. Last year he was here and he blew everybody's minds up because of his understanding of the subject. So, sir, you may do us the honor of delivering this award to Mr. Orakwe John. So this award recognizes Orakwe John's exceptional AI Visionary Leader category achievement at the Nigerian Blockchain Industry Award 2024, presented during the Decentralized Intelligence Conference V2. Put your hands together for him as he receives this award.
I'm nearly speechless, but thank you to the Blockchain Nigeria User Group. We're going to have a panel session today. We're going to talk about AI, and then tomorrow there's a keynote session where we talk about AI. It's taking over the world. The physicists and the chemists are very angry because the computer scientists, the AI engineers are taking their Nobel prizes. So we're going to talk about all of that tomorrow. Try to show up, and I promise you would be very enthralled by what you would hear.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. All right, the next award, Dr. Obadari, please. You will be the one that will be presenting this award, and is going to our main sponsor. We had 403 voters, and he emerged the CEO, the blockchain, exceptional blockchain CEO and team leader of the year category. Put your hands together for Mr. Jason Michael, the CEO of Afri Group of Companies. Put your hands together for him. We are not INEC that rigs election. We'll project the votes for you to see by yourself. All right, sir. So this award recognizes Jason Michael's exceptional achievement in the blockchain CEO and team leader of the year category at the Nigeria Blockchain Industry Awards 2024, presented during the Decentralized Intelligence Conference V2. Congratulations, sir.
It's a privilege. I'm dedicating this to the community of Spartans. May God bless every one of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jason Michael. Now, the last of this section of the award will be given to the blockchain developer team lead of the year. I will do the honor of presenting that award because I know his story as a software developer. Please, let's welcome Mr. Henry Onyebuchi. In 2020, during COVID, BNUG started our blockchain Dev 1000 initiative, which was an effort that we put in place to train at least 1,000 Nigerian blockchain developers. And it was on that cohort that this young man joined the blockchain, the 1000 initiative. Today, he has on record as been having led several teams to build different blockchain solutions, including wallet services issuers and other kinds of decentralized applications. So after 4,203 votes were counted, he emerged the winner of the category of the lead, blockchain developer lead. So I present this award to you in recognition of your effort and congratulate you for this achievement.
Hello everyone, it's a great privilege to hold this. I want to thank BNUG for all they've been doing for Africa in general and in sensitizing everybody on blockchain technology. Everyone who's here today, you're not late. It's still very early. We are still kicking off, so feel free to join the bandwagon. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. And I hand the microphone back to our MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chimeze Chuta. Congratulations to the recipients of the awards. John Orakwe, I look forward to your presentation tomorrow. I encourage everybody to be here tomorrow. You have not had AI presented like this man will be presenting it. He is a walking encyclopedia when it comes to AI. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight because we're really scratching beyond time. Let's go straight to the first panel discussion. And this panel discussion will be focusing on imperatives of crypto transaction compliance. The imperative of crypto transaction compliance, navigating risk, reporting, and data protection. We have about 4 panelists and 1 moderator who will be joining them. So let me quickly begin to receive the panelists. As I mentioned their name, please put your hands together for them as they come to take this, occupy these chairs. I'd like to welcome a certified crypto and blockchain investigator. She is with A&D Forensics. Please put your hands together for Chioma Onyekelu. Chioma beams with a lot of smiles, so beam her with a lot of applause. Following Chioma is a crypto preacher, one who we call a crypto preacher. Please welcome Alvin Rume Ofi. Alvin Rume Ofi, the crypto preacher. All right, we also do have Ibikememo, please. Victor Eseduo. Please welcome Victor Eseduo, CDPO Officer Information Technology and Cyber Security Unit. That first name, if I call it, you won't forgive me, so you're welcome. I also like to welcome of Paystax Payments Limited, Ugochukwu John Wokike. Ugochukwu John Wokike. All right. And to moderate this wonderful session is our very own the Blockchain Experts Association Nigeria member. She's also of BBO Solicitors. Please put your hands together for Buki Ogusaki.
All right, right, good afternoon, everyone. You're welcome to the first panel session today. I trust that it will be an insightful session for us. So I'm going to go to my panelists and just ask that do you all have microphones? Okay, just to make sure. All right, can we go first with Chioma, who is our lady in the house, to introduce herself, just a brief introduction, and then we'll just move in that direction. Thank you so much.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chioma Onyekelo. I'm a blockchain forensic specialist at A&D Forensic. I'm also a certified cryptocurrency investigator and a certified cryptocurrency compliance specialist. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Romeo Hui, aka Crypto Preacher. I am a crypto market analyst for Channels TV, a KOL, key opinion leader in the space, and the immediate past Executive Secretary of the Blockchain Association of Nigeria. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I am ABK Wedimo Victor Isiduo, a certified data protection officer. I work with the Data Protection Commission, that's NDBC, under the IT and cybersecurity unit. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Ugon Okike. I work for Paystack Payment Limited. I'm a legal counsel. I'm responsible for ensuring that we develop innovative solutions that are compliant, and I'm happy to be here.
You're welcome. A round of applause again for them, please. So today we're speaking about the imperatives of crypto transactions, compliance, navigating risk, reporting, and data protection. It's a lot of words together, but hopefully the panel will be able to break it down for us. We don't have that much time, but we'll try to race through. We'll try to race through it. So, my lady, I'm going to ask you the first question. So, regarding compliance, what's the biggest compliance risk that individuals and companies in the crypto space should be aware of today? And how can they develop a risk-based approach tailored to their operations? So you can break it down for us. Those that are here and have crypto organizations, how do we go about this?
Thank you so much for that question. First of all, compliance means you are adhering to set rules and regulations. And the idea is for you to be secure, for you to be safe. So when it comes to risk that involve VAS, when I say VAS, it means virtual asset service providers, risks that involve money service businesses, crypto exchanges, even you as an individual. One of such risks is AML, that's anti-money laundering risk and countering of terrorist financing risk. So for exchanges have inherent risk and the tendency for their platforms to be used for money laundering. So if they are not able to put up and set up compliance programs to deter their platforms from being used by bad actors, illicit people, from laundering money on their platform, they will be fined and penalized. So that's a risk. But then this risk is something that can be controlled. That is why you should have a compliance officer to help you mitigate this risk. Another risk that we see is the risk of fraud and scam. For instance, I love what Dr. Peter did, and you could see that a lot of people are gullible when it comes to fraud and scam. And sometimes it's not really their fault. You have a lot of social engineering happening everywhere. So that's another risk that you should also be aware of. And then there's a risk of market manipulation and wash trading. That happens, let's say, on platforms. For instance, NFTs, non-fungible tokens, can have that risk of wash trading, where someone would buy NFT, send it to another wallet, buy it again, send it to another wallet, and you would think that it's a trade that's happening. You wouldn't know that it's one person that is doing that. That's another risk. And to stop this, the regulators are also trying to find a way to put these when it comes to risk-based approach for platforms, a compliance, let's say a compliance exchange. What it means is that you as an exchange, you as a VAPS or a Web3 startup, what you need to do is to look at your products, look at your services, look at the geographies you are serving, who are the people you are serving, check out the risks that are inherent there. Then when you find those risks, set up controls to mitigate those risks. Okay, so now FATF is saying, FATF is Financial Action Task Force, which is the global watchdog for AML, that you as a platform, you have to employ a risk-based approach, which means my own risk as a platform owner is going to be different from your own site. So you are going to perform a risk so that your resources that you have, those limited resources that you have, will be channeled towards the risk that your platform has. I hope I was able to drive home the point.
Thank you so much for that, Shoma. I'm going to ask Crypto Picture the same question, but you are going to come at it from, looking at it from a trade analyst point of view. Those that are trading within the space, those that are crypto exchanges within the market, because you are a market expert. So what are those risks that we're looking at and how do we mitigate them?
So it's a very nice question you ask. Regulation now is on the front burner. It's been discussed everywhere in the world. But the challenge we're having now is how serious each of these jurisdictions are taking it. In Nigeria, so to say, a couple of persons are not really bothered about regulation as much, although some of us are pushing it. In Europe, it's very heavy. I don't know if a couple of persons here must have heard of the market in crypto asset, MiCA bill, that has become law eventually in European nations. And the US is nowhere to talk about now because they're even more confused than some of the countries in the third world. So, as important as it is, Chairman here mentioned a couple of things around AML, that's anti-money laundering, and terrorism financing. Those are challenges that the different countries are going through. And where compliance and regulation comes in is this. There needs to be a framework, most especially in the crypto sphere, where we don't end up having people move money with digital assets, all in the name of you cannot be tracked, you cannot see who is moving it. All of those PRO have been there for a very long time. But the truth is, having a robust regulation absorb all of those things. She also mentioned FATF. I talked about FATF travel rule, where exchange platforms, that is cryptocurrency exchange platforms, can share information. So if there's a criminal here, you, which is my neighbor, for example, can be able to share such information. So coming back to touch the question specifically, as an analyst, I will be able to come up with certain, spot out certain risks that are affecting the industry. For example, some persons are doing pump and dump in the industry. They build projects where specifically is designed to defraud people. That is not what we want. It happens everywhere. Our country is not immune to that. In fact, it's so bad in Nigeria that the foreigners, we specifically design such projects, partner with Nigerians, and defraud Nigerians. All of these things will be mitigated. These are the challenges. Also, we talk about spoofing. Then we talk about some of those moves that they are making to help launder money. So all of these things will be mitigated when we have laws guiding this. Some persons, when they hear government and regulation, they are scared. But the truth is, you need a policeman at some point. On-chain analysis will also help to reveal some of these things that are wrong, to show that this is what is moving from point A to point B because the blockchain is transparent. As we go on, a lot of things are going to happen in the industry. It's still a young one, but people shouldn't be defrauded to lose their life savings in the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crypto Preacher. So now, Victor, you've heard Rume has talked about some of the challenges. Choma mentioned FATF travel road. Rume also mentioned Maker. Let's come to NDPC. We've heard of some of the challenges. We know some of the challenges. What are the frameworks, guidelines being put in place using the current regulations to mitigate, some of these risks or help with crypto transactions in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you for that question. Well, in Nigeria, the legal framework for mitigating a lot of those risks have been all stated in the Data Protection Act, as it encompasses a whole lot of issues. So the framework of the data processors and controllers, making sure they are registered with the commission, making sure they file their privacy audits every year, making sure they employ the services of a data protection compliance organization, in filing of that audit. So these are all the numerous frameworks that the NDPC have put in place to track and mitigate the frauds and other, unforeseen issues that may come up in the ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Ugo, typical Web 2 platform, right? Paystack. We are in the Web 3 space. We know that emerging technologies is right at the doorstep. What is Paystack doing about integrating DeFi into fintech? Is that something that is on the burner now? Is it going to be on the burner in the future? What are we looking at when it comes to integrating those platforms together?
Processing activities. I don't want to mention names, but I'm sure at scale we'll begin to see that over time.
Okay, so in short, what that means is back end, there may be some Web3 blockchain architecture building in the works. So that's good. Thank you so much. All right, Choma, I'm going to come back to you. Your second question is the role of blockchain analytics and transaction monitoring tools. How does this play in enhancing compliance in crypto transactions, and how can firms, companies, organizations that are here effectively integrate those technologies together?
Thank you. So first of all, what we use in compliance is majorly tools. But the thing is that the truth of the matter is you can't buy a tool without knowing how to use it effectively. So first thing, when it comes to identity verification, because that's the first step of compliance, trying to be compliant. When you get to an exchange, for instance, that exchange will try to do KYC on you as a user. You give the exchange your details, your name, and every other thing. So what the compliance officer is doing back end is to check that data you have submitted and to verify it. Of course, we know about deepfakes now. We see a lot of AI manipulated images. So you see exchanges that are trying to step up their compliance department. So for them to be able to, for you to be able to know that this person coming to onboard on my platform isn't the person he or she is claiming to be, you need a higher tool. You need a very sophisticated tool. So in that way, a tool can help you to know that this person isn't who he or she is claiming to be. And then another thing is the issue of identity theft. A lot of people have lost their credentials on the dark web. I have a friend that last month, she was trying to take a course, and you know the way they will tell you to submit your credentials at the last stage, and eventually she was almost going to her school to get her transcript before people started seeing red flags. And lo and behold, that platform wanted to take people's credentials to go and sell it at the dark web. So a lot of people go about using people's credentials to onboard on exchanges, onboard on Web3 platforms. And if you are not using a sophisticated tool, you cannot detect it. Another use of a blockchain analytic tool in this manner, like we have in A&D Forensics, we've done partnerships with a lot of blockchain analytic firms, like Blockchain Intelligence Group. They have Clue, they have Chainalysis, has Reactor, and a whole lot of them. So what these tools will help you is to screen the wallets. Remember, in cryptocurrency world, you are dealing with wallets. So you don't know the person behind that wallet. The wallets are pseudonymous. But then the good thing is that the transactions happening on those wallets are transparent on the blockchain network. You can see them. So these tools will help you, first of all, to screen the wallet. Check if this wallet has a high risk, if it has interfaced or had anything to do with dark web, darknet, scam, fraud. The tool will tell you. And then you as a compliance officer, you'll be able to take action. You might not be able to interact with that wallet. So you can tell the client, sorry, provide us with another wallet. I'm sure some of you must have gotten that experience where you want to withdraw from an exchange and then they tell you they cannot you can't withdraw to that wallet. You might be asked to provide another wallet. That is because that wallet has been tainted. And someone might be asking, what can taint my wallet? And this is for OTC traders, all the P2P traders that want to interact with people they don't know. Unfortunately, even if it is a cent or a fraction of a tainted coin that has gone, let's say, several hops that gets into your wallet, it will taint that wallet. And imagine if it is a criminal case where maybe we have done our investigations and then that a trace of that money gets to your wallet, and when we get your data, you will go in for it. So when you are doing your OTC trades, your P2P trades, you're supposed to also KYC your clients. Now for businesses that want to do that want to do business with merchants, conduct your due diligence. This is where your tools will help you as well. Then for sanction screening, a lot of persons know about sanctions. If OFAC sanctions somebody, you are not supposed to do business with that person. Now, wallets as well are also sanctioned. And for you to know those wallets that are sanctioned, you need a tool. So blockchain analytic tools can help you protect yourself, protect your business, and be safe. Thank you.
Okay, so you've mentioned a couple of things now. KYC, CDD, all these things that some people don't understand. For those that haven't implemented any KYC whatsoever, any KYB, what would be the first 2 steps for them?
Okay, Okay, so actually, the fact is that these tools are quite expensive, and the tools have their capabilities. That's just a fact. That's a hard truth. For instance, some tools can tell you they are crawling a particular blockchain network or the other. So what we have done, we've tried to partner with our partners. We've tried to make these tools in a way that they can get it easily. So we have a solution called compliance as a service that's a VAS. We're building it for virtual asset service providers, Web3 platforms. They can use it and get it at cheaper cost. You can also check around for other tools that you can use. But trust me, you need to know the capacity of those tools before you can use them.
Thank you so much for that. Rume, we're coming back. Regarding data collection, right, and analysis and practices within the space, how do we marry this with the data privacy regulations? I know Victor is here, so he will touch on that as well. But from your experience, what are you seeing? What can you advise us regards compliance with the data privacy regulations?
Thank you very much. I think I had this conversation last week. It's as if you are peeping into some of my activities. Although Shuta was in Abuja for my book launch last weekend for compliance and regulation as well.
Congratulations, by the way.
All right, so in the crypto space, a couple of players, I'm saying players because we have more players here in terms of be it users and those builders. I figured out that they don't care about their data. Right? They just do things the way they like. In fact, up till now, you still have people telling you that I don't want to go to transact in an exchange where they will ask for my KYC. I prefer one that don't have KYC. Some of those things are very dangerous. Like in the process, you can lose your money and other vital information that you may not know also provide. So as an analyst, I'll be suggesting that people pay attention to some of those things. But then, for exchange owners or wallet providers, ways to protect data. For crying out loud, this industry is really robust with the talents here in Nigeria where informations can be encrypted. Yes, and also talking about the blockchain, we can see how we can somewhat use some technologies to protect the data. For example, we are very familiar with cryptography, all right? Or being pseudonymous. So I would say pseudonymousization, right? So where information like data doesn't appear in its real form. So if your name is John, it is being decoded to be something else, right? So that the information for our venture, if the platform has anything to do with data being compromised, the person needs to perform certain tasks. It's like saying that you want to hack the Bitcoin blockchain, which is impossible. In fact, you can't hack any blockchain, for example, because of the data, the combination of the qualities that it has. So going back to the question, players need to apply some of those techniques so that data are protected. Encrypt, put in certain measures using cryptography so that these data are safe. Even if your platforms are being attacked, the information of the person don't need to be exposed because a lot of them are coming. Although we've seen situations whereby platforms claim to be hacked and on chain they are not hacked. So there's a lot to talk about. If you give me the opportunity, I will speak from now till tomorrow, but I'll stop here.
Thank you. So Victor, chime in also on the question.
Okay, so concerning what we need to ensure to the data privacy regulations, I believe data processors and controllers, they need to comply with the NDP Act.
Sorry, could you please break down the data processors so for those that don't?
Well, I'm actually referring to crypto exchangers. Yeah, they are the controllers and the processors because they act as both in this, ecosystem. So they need to comply with the Act in the specific area of Section 24, which talks about the lawful basis of processing of personal identifiable information. So we also need to buttress on the fact that they need to come up with proper privacy policy that is visible on their platforms, and they need to request for consent by the data subject, and not consent that is being withdrawn, but that is not being withdrawn by the data subject before the processing of this data, so that the data subject would be informed of what and how this data is being processed, by which the exchange is making everything as transparent as possible. We also need to focus on awareness by these exchange companies. They need to carry out awareness for their users, for their staff teams that handle the data, because when you don't know the peculiarity of what you're handling, you end up misusing it. So there needs to be proper awareness of this area. They need to handle data protection impact assessment on systems they tend to deploy, mostly new systems, you know, to know the alacrity of when breaches eventually happen, since it is impossible to eradicate scams and frauds in the systems. So you need to handle a data protection impact assessment, data privacy impact assessment, to know the level of damage that will amount on data subjects should in case their data is being breached. Last but not the least, I believe the crypto analysts and exchange groups, they also need to, it's kind of skipping my mind, they need to enforce the third parties that are involved in them to also be compliant, because of how, you know, most persons come through third parties, you're not even aware. So it's in their place to also preach the word of complying with the Data Protection Act.
So not just the organization, but the
not just
third
your
parties that you are dealing with as well. You need to ensure.
Those that come through you to render these services, they may not be aware of what you are aware. So you need to let them know so that they also take responsibility. Because should in case there is a breach, it doesn't just amount on yourself. It also cuts across to the second party or third party.
Third party.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. So it's all encompassing. So as you are a data controller or data processor, you need to be aware of the third parties that you're working with, ensure that they are all compliant as well. Because if there should be a data breach, you will also be held responsible or could be partly liable. I hope we are gaining insight here, because some of these things you would have to pay to get advisory on them. So Ugo, I'm going to come to you. We've spoken a bit about data privacy, compliance, and regulations. For Paystack, we know it's an innovative organization. It came and it disrupted. How do you balance innovation and then compliance, considering that when you're an emerging technology, there's always a lot of fraud, scams, you're open to bad actors. How do you balance innovation with that compliance?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say that from first principle, whatever we're building, whatever innovative solution we're trying to create, the most important thing is ensuring that our customers are safe, basically. And so at the end of the day, when we just oppose between an innovative solution and the safety of the consumers, we would always go for the safety of the consumers, first of all. So that's the first principle concept that guides how we develop any product internally. And then I think, like all the speakers have mentioned, there are different standards, there are different protocols, and there is international best practices, there are ISMS certifications and all those things that we need to have internally. So we educate like our staffs. We have like the best, I would say, staffs that have expertise and are domain experts, whether it's security. We do regular internal audits. We do external audits and assessments. We do penetration testing. We are very compliant with data protection and just ensuring that while we still try to be innovative and while we navigate around the complexity of how we provide our solution to the end user, the key point is that we have to ensure that before we launch that product, the end user safety is guaranteed, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So for those who are building within the space, we are understanding that you can't balance innovation with cutting-edge technology. You just have to make sure. Web3 organizations, listen, your consumers, their safety comes first. So when that safety comes first, you need to then balance that safety with the innovations that you are, surrounded by and building.
Yeah,
all right, thank you so much. Okay,
yeah,
I wanted to add to that.
Yeah, I wanted to add to that because I think it's just about like the horizon and in terms of how you want to scale.
Okay.
Like for us, we've scaled beyond Nigeria and across other markets. So reputational concern is a major issue. So, and the thing about it is that customers don't forgive easily. So when you break something, automatically, when you come back to offer that same service or solution to them, you may suffer for it. So that's why, aside from the revenue optics, the most important thing is to ensure that you can give the customers what they want.
So
and that's
build
safety.
that trust with the customer. All right, thank you so much. Chioma, back to you again. I think we're going to just do the line again. One line and then we'll round up because we don't have that much time. So I'm going to ask you about the varying regulatory environment regions and how global crypto firms ensure consistent compliance with international and local laws. We know that Web3 organizations, most Web3 organizations are dealing cross regions. You are going cross-border. You are working from different countries many of the time. So how do they go about that international and global/local law compliance?
Thank you so much. I think that question came up yesterday as well because currently we are training one of the oldest financial institution bank in Nigeria. Currently, we are training them on compliance. So they were telling me, oh, but we're Nigerian, we should comply to Nigerian laws. And then when we had a video on USA Bank Secrecy Act, they were trying to learn about it. They're like, Nigeria copied the act, too. I said, we did not copy. It's like that. So you have to look at the global international framework and standard. First of all, you would have that policy in place. So when that is in place, you come down to the local jurisdictions that you're serving. You ask yourself, okay, so which customers am I serving? I'm serving people from Kenya, I'm serving people from Singapore, I'm serving people from Nigeria. You look at their own regulatory stance. Trust me, it's not going to be different. So you have to have those ones set in place as well. And then, meanwhile, the global international framework, like let's say FATF standard, it cuts across everybody, it cuts across every place. One way to achieve that is to hire a local compliance officer. I recall when Binance was still there, when I had issues, I had issues with my Binance account. I couldn't talk to anybody that understood Nigerian language, like understood what we are passing here. They were more of whites that were talking, we are saying something different from what we are saying. So one way to make it work is if you are an exchange serving people in different jurisdictions, you need to also look at hiring local compliance officers in those jurisdictions because they will be the ones to also help you to interface with the regulators over there. For instance, if you are serving people in Kenya, you have a local compliance officer in Kenya that will help you to interface with the regulators over there. And then tools. If you implement tools, it will help you because tools are universal. Tools cover everywhere. So when you are using the appropriate tools, from where you are, you can see what is happening all over the place. So in that way, being a Web3 exchange, you can comply to both local regulatory laws and global regulatory laws. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So you start from the broader perspective of global and then kind of scale it down.
Yes.
Once you have that global perspective, you will be able to cover a lot more ground. Thank you so much. Rume, coming back to you. Manipulation. Let's talk about manipulation of crypto markets. What are the common methods used that we know of that are being used to manipulate crypto markets? And how can trade analysts or organizations identify and mitigate against those common methods?
All right, thank you very much. I think I spoke about a few, but for those that follow the news, yesterday in the US, a couple of platforms have been persecuted somewhat, been arrested, yes, for insider trading. And I don't think that has happened in crypto in the US before. That's the first time. And I think Nigeria needs to take a cue from that, because a couple of these platforms here in Nigeria are doing some very dirty things that no one wants to talk about. Yes. But thank God for today's event. The float platforms that is designed to die, they manipulate the price, they look at a particular number of traders that they can liquidate intentionally because they want to make money, you know. So these things are very bad. And I know that as time goes on, the SEC, which is saddled with the responsibility to regulate crypto in Nigeria right about now, and exchange platforms are going to look into that, because I don't really think that we have started seeing sanctions yet, although our regulatory framework is just getting started. Kudos to the DG of the SEC, Dr. Timi Agama, for doing his work. So if you follow also the virtual asset service provider guidelines right about now, it's really robust, talking about what we want in our country. You have to be here, although I'm going a bit further with this conversation. You have to have an office here, you have to have certain staffs here, which Choma also mentioned, you know, for you to interact, so that when you do all of those things, we hold your people responsible, then so that you don't run. But some of these exchange platforms have said that we can't comply. For example, OKS left Nigeria at some point, said we can't comply with your regulation because good readers to bad rubbish. We don't have people coming here to mess our country up. I think Nigerians need to be very, very, very focused with our country. Please, in your own time, think. If we're having issues today that we're not having the right leaders, we should not allow exchange platforms to come to our country to mess our country up. Please, and please, let's take that to heart. So all of these things being enumerated are the things that we can do. For example, not trading with some platforms or flagging some of those platforms up. For example, we have been seeing the all around of meme coins, French Jota, Davido. If it is in sinner climbs, they will be arrested. So please, let's have this in the back of our mind, that if anything you do today in this industry, as regulation is growing, the authorities will grow to catch up with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And speaking of regulation, let's go to our resident regulator in the house. So when we are talking about these scams, frauds, these common methods that are being used, what is the NDPC doing about, you know, protecting Nigerians and consumers within the country?
NDPC is doing a lot in making sure the data subject rights of Nigerians are intact. And in doing this, we have imposed, or we have directed, that all controllers and processors, that all fintech platforms, they comply with the provisions that are made in the Act. They register with the Act, that they employ the services of a DPO. One of the keynote speakers, Royal Highness, he mentioned the job opportunities that have been discovered as a result of the establishment of the NDPC, positions like the data protection officer role, which is of high demand now because data protection officers are highly limited, and you know, the Nigerian Data Protection Commission also has allied with the data protection compliance organizations, who in turn are helping organizations, these same fintech platforms, to conduct their technical and privacy audits, you know, and making sure, in doing so, they generally make sure that the data subject rights of Nigerians are well preserved. Yeah. And also, when you get the services of a DPO stands as a DPO stands in the gap of the regulatory body and the data subjects. In area of the DPO advises these fintech companies on the best practices they should employ when processing of data, you know, keeping in mind Section 34 of the Nigerian Data Protection Act, where it talks about the rights of a data subject, you know, rights to be informed, rights to withdraw your consent, rights to erasure, a whole lot of them. About 7 rights are being listed there. So these are all the various tactics and all that the Nigerian Data Protection has put in place to curb the adverse effects of data breach and all of that to the subjects in Nigeria. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So implement the implementation framework, and then having partners like the DPCOs and the DPOs within the organization.
The DPCOs are, you can call them partners. Yeah. They are like an intermediate between that help, you know, you to run your compliance, and you need a DPCO to run your compliance for you.
Right.
Yeah. Even the DPCO needs a DPO in his organization.
Yes.
Everybody.
So is that complete network that is making it?
Yeah, that's the complete framework that makes it firm. That makes us now, and it has given Nigeria a higher level when it comes to the worldwide digital economy ecosystem. Because initially, before the improvisation of the act, we have really been lagging behind globally. Foreign companies and foreign collaborations have not been coming forth because of the scare of the Nigerian data protection not in place at all.
Right.
So with this in place, it has, you know, nullified all scare for data subjects in Nigeria.
All right, thank you so much. I think our final question will go to Ugo. Let's look at the future now. Going by what has happened so far in fintech and seeing what is happening with crypto, what are the emerging trends that we should be looking at? And how will the future of DeFi/fintech, you know, look like? What will it look like?
Yeah, I think there'll be more interplay beyond handshake. You asked me a question about how we plan to integrate to Web3. So I think in future, you would see more reliance on Web3 as an engine to process and facilitate payments. From a compliance side, you would see more folks that are providing third-party compliance solutions for DeFi transactions. From a regulatory side, you would see that there'll be clear international regulatory provisions for crypto transactions, and also local adoption of those international principles, just like what happened with data protection.
Yes.
I see a lot more around cross-border. I see a lot of defined regulatory principles that would facilitate cross-border leveraging cryptocurrency generally. Yeah.
So the MiCA version, the Nigerian MiCA version, and then the Nigerian AI Act version, and the like will keep translating within the space. All right, thank you so much. Please give my panel a round of applause for all the nuggets and tips that they've shared. I think we can take 1 or 2 questions. Can we take 1 question? Okay, because of time. We don't have time. So last words, just a minute. No, not a minute. 2 seconds. What will be your final words? We can just go down the
My
line.
final words are, if you are a builder here, build with compliance in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Final word for me, let's protect the industry because we only have one country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, my final words are, please, all organizations here that are even hearing the sound of my voice should comply with the Nigerian Data Protection Act because the advantages are way more greater than the disadvantages. I'm not sure there are even disadvantages. So we need to comply with the act in order to safeguard the right. And we also need to be aware that as a person, you have a whole lot of rights because your privacy is like your fundamental right. But we as Nigerians, we don't care about exercising it. We
5
just
seconds.
live a carefree life. So I want us to live here with that in mind. And like,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll just say thank you to Mr. Chuta and to everybody in the blockchain user
Wonderful.
group. I
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
I think
you.
so. We'll just do the pictures. I'll hand over back to you.
Thank you. Please stay back for picture with Mr. Chuta. Thank you very much. Those who will be presenting for a free group, I hope you're in the hall. If you're not in the hall, someone can quickly reach out to them. And if any of the ushers can hear me, please reach out to everybody downstairs to come back into the hall. We're not on break. Let's not empty out the hall while presentations are still ongoing. So ushers, if you can reach out to people to come back right in. Thank you, thank you. All right. To come speak on behalf of the title sponsor of Free Group, I'd like to welcome David Oden and Peace Umboy as they do joint presentation. David Oden and Peace Umboy. Give them the Afrik welcome. David Oden and Peace Umboy. All right.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's so nice to have you at this year's event, Decentralized Intelligence 2024. So, of course, we have, so far, a lot of speakers have spoken about a lot of things. We've covered blockchain, Web3, and AI Summit. But we are going to be looking at something similar, but different from what we have seen so far. We are going to be talking about tokenization. So we are going to be looking at this topic in the context of Afri Group. My name is David Oden, and I have with me here my colleague, your name again?
My name is Peace Umboy.
So we are representing Afri Group of companies, and we are going to be dissecting the topic real-world assets tokenization and economic freedom. We are going to be looking at this topic in the context of Afri Group. Now, this topic is actually a topic for the next panel session, but we are going to be looking at this topic in the context of Afri Group. How is Afri Group tokenizing its products? So without further ado, let's get started. So in today's changing world of cryptocurrency, we're all familiar with the concept of cryptocurrency. The concept of real-world assets on the blockchain is changing the way we see the ecosystem. So a lot of things are changing because now real-world assets, applications that we make use of daily, physical applications that we make use of daily are moving its way into blockchain. We are beginning to see that blockchain technology is essentially playing a key role in how many of these assets are being made use of. So we can see here tokenized real-world applications in terms of values of applications that exist on chain assets today. Blockchains. So how many of us here, of course we all know about the concept of blockchains. How many blockchains are we familiar with? Who can mention 10 at least? How many people can mention, count blockchains that you interact with daily on some of the exchanges that you make use of? Who can count up to 10? It's an open question. Can anybody count up to 10 blockchains, blockchain networks? Let me use that word. Nobody? 5? You can count up to 5? Yes, please. Ton? Cardano? Ethereum? BSC? Yes. Solana. So it was actually very difficult for him, but it shouldn't be. We make use of this cryptocurrency exchanges frequently. So when you want to do a transfer and you load up, you see all of these networks. It should not be very difficult for you to mark them. Ton, TRC20, we use that a lot. Solana, Polygon. We have one here, Celo. That is also a blockchain network. So all of these blockchain networks essentially facilitate these applications that we make use of, even the cryptocurrency. So these are the values that exist on every single one of these blockchains. And tokenized real-world assets, in terms of value, have surpassed decentralized finance applications. In terms of values on blockchains, it's only second to cryptocurrencies, and the value is projected to surpass even cryptocurrencies in the coming years. So that's a big deal, because we can see that a lot of applications, a lot of real-world assets that we interact with daily would soon start to interact with blockchains. So we're advocating for you to bring on your real-world applications onto blockchain systems. So what really is tokenization?
So tokenization is the process of converting physical assets into digital tokens on the blockchain, making valuable assets more accessible, more manageable, and tradable.
So what this is doing, tokenization essentially, is that it allows you to own assets fractionally. So you do not need to have that 100 million naira or 200 million naira to buy into an asset fully. You can buy into assets with little fractions. You own fractions of the value of that asset. There is room for easier investment. There's some form of liquidity going on. Tokenization is breaking down the barrier into high-valued assets. So you do not need to, again, buy fully into the full 100% value of an asset. Tokenization is making it easy for you to own little pieces in value of assets. So, and all of this is enabled by smart contracts. So we all know smart contracts as pieces of code that run on blockchain systems, and they essentially, as far as tokenization is concerned, are able to record transaction history. They're able to record ownership history. So if I had, say for example, I had a piece of land that is valued at $1 million. Yes, I have that piece of land valued at $1 million. I want to sell it off to as many people as possible. I tokenize it. So what I do is I use smart contracts to distribute ownerships to different people that would own a value in my land, in my piece of land. So if my land is valued at $1 million and I have a token, I could tie one value of my token, one token to one piece of share in my land. So when you bring in your $10,000 to $1 million, you own 10,000 tokens. That is essentially what tokenization is. So as the value of that land goes up over the years, the value of your token held is increasing invariably. So this is all managed and tracked by smart contracts that run on the blockchain network. So let's not leave out that very important fact. So what are the benefits of tokenization? Because we can say tokenization and not actually tie it to any benefits, but there are actually a lot of benefits.
So there are so many important benefits tied to tokenization. So for the purpose of this event, we have decided to break them down into 4. So the first one is improved accessibility. You have fractional ownership, we have enhanced security, and increased liquidity.
So just as she has said, with tokenization, there is improved accessibility to assets. So you can be in any part of the world, there's no geographical constraints whatsoever, and buy into assets from any part of the world. So tokenization has made that possible. There is fractional ownership, like I've said many times already. You don't need to own fully into an asset. So you share in the profits, you share in the losses, which makes sense, of course. There's enhanced security because of the nature of blockchain. And there's also increased liquidity. Now, unlike traditional forms of doing this kind of business, it's significantly easier for you to buy and sell a tokenized asset rather than you having to. You cannot wake up in the morning, you own a piece of land, and it's easy for you to just wake up and sell it off. Or it's easy for you to just wake up and go buy a land. But it's easier when that project is tokenized, because you have a community of individuals who are tracking transactions that happen as far as that asset is concerned. So this makes a lot of sense, and these are the key benefits of tokenization. Of course, all of these topics will be broken down during the key panel session.
In Africa Group of Companies, tokenization ecosystem connects through our diverse subsidiaries. So in Africa Group of Companies, we have already existing merchants who accept our AAS token as a means of payment, just as you can make use of your USDT, your Naira to purchase or enjoy any services of any platform or any subsidiary. Here in Africa Group of Companies, we accept our AAS token as our means of payment. And these are already existing subsidiaries as our merchants here in Africa Group of Companies. We have the Africa Lounge, we have the Africa Apple Store, we have our Africa Farms, and our Africa E-commerce. In any of these subsidiaries, when you have your AAS tokens, you can use or enjoy our services because we accept it as our means of payment.
Yes, we also have our Africa Estate, which is still in developmental stage, but it is our only tokenized product amongst the products we have under the group. It's a tokenized solar-powered real estate. So what we are doing with this product is that we are enabling global property ownership. So because of the nature of tokenization, you can be in any part of the world as far as you hold AS token, as far as you hold even USDT and Naira, buy into pieces of lands that we have under Africa Estate. So all of this is made possible by our payment infrastructure. Of course, all of this information is so much to dissect. So we would always encourage for you to walk up to our booths, get as much information as you need from here. But all of this is empowered by our payment infrastructure, so we cannot accept AES token for products that we provide without our payment infrastructure. So this is essentially how we do it. So with our payment infrastructure, we are empowering fast and secure transactions. It's very key at Afri Group of Companies. We are also giving you the platform for you to access these different products that are provided by these different subsidiaries.
Like we earlier stated, we already have existing merchants that accept our AES token as a means of payment. So these are not stories we are saying it will be. They are already existing. And part of it is the Apple Store. We have our brand name as iAfric. We are authorized Apple resellers. With your AES token, you can walk into the store just like you can see a customer trying to get one of our Apple gadgets with his AES token as a means of payment. This store serves as an online store because you can buy with your AES token anywhere, even with your Naira, with your USDT, and have your gadgets delivered to you. It also serves as a walk-in store because we are located at number 57 Awolowo Way, Ikeja, here in Lagos. And one amazing aspect of this Afric store is that we have a repair store where you can walk in to fix your Apple gadgets, and our technicians are very trained, and I'm sure you would like to give us a try. Thank you so much. Please, can we have the second video? So, in Afri Group of Companies, we have two amazing lounges. One is located at Shasha. The second one, which is one of the biggest in Lagos, is located at Alakuko. We have versatile spaces designed to fit every of your purpose. Because we are people known with style and class, we have beautiful ambience and sophisticated facilities that are suitable for corporate gatherings, social events, and even for your personal relaxation. We are not very difficult to locate because we are officially registered on the Google map. You can try it now with your phone. All you have to do is just to go to your Bolt, your InDrive, your Uber, and type Afric JM Lounge. It will take you to any of our lounges where you will meet with our trained staffs in hospitality to give you that exceptional service you want for parties, for events, and for your personal relaxation, because we are known for premium services. And I hope after this event, we want to see you guys there because we have so much more that we want to offer to you.
Next video. Yes, sustainable agriculture, Afric farms. So in this farm, we produce a lot of farm products, some of which include strawberries. Yes, we grow strawberries here. We grow bananas. We grow a lot of products that can be made available to you physically at the farm. We also have some of these products will be listed on our very own e-commerce to be sold as fresh farm products. So we advocate for you to invest, of course, make use of your tokens to buy products produced by our farms. Next video. Yes, now we have tokenized our real estate properties, now allowing you to invest in them through our native token. So this is our land, and this land is located along Free Trade Zone here in Lagos, Ibejuleki, and it's located close to Lagos-Calabar Highway, coastal highway that's just been built. It's also located by the Dangote refinery and located by the Lekki Deep Sea Port. So it's strategically located, and this is the product that we have tokenized because now with Sitemap, one of our sponsors here, Sitemap is a technology-enabled real estate company that has made it easy for people who want to buy into our estate to pick our plots virtually, of course, and make payments for them with AS token, with USDT, and of course with Naira. You can stop the video and go back to. So we have a very beautiful land, as you can see, still at developmental stage, like I said, and it's going to be a solar-powered estate. We are going to be tokenizing the lands that we have there, so you can already at this stage buy into those properties. Now they are cheap, and watch the value of those properties appreciate in due time. So tokenization with examples. Today we've partnered, we at Afri Group of Companies have partnered with Sitemap. Like I said earlier, Sitemap has made it easier for anybody to buy into our lands, our plots of land. So what they do is that they have mapped out the lands, and we have identified the plots, and it's easy for you to pick out the plots you want virtually anywhere you are in the world. Make payment to your AS token, make payment to USDT, make payment to your Naira, receive the documents for your land so you do not have any problems with that. And Sitemap is helping Afri Group of Companies enable all of this. If you need any other information about this, meet us at the booth and we will provide you with all the required information that you need. So we cannot talk about all of this without talking about our AS token. This is at the heart of every single subsidiary that we have under Afri Group of Companies. So we are unifying Afri Group of Companies with our AS token. So we are connecting our Afri Group ecosystem with the AS token. The AS token is currently trading on 9 global exchanges, some of which we are very familiar with: MEXC Global, La Token, Bitmart, Ascendex, XT.com, Biconomy, Trust Wallet, PancakeSwap, MetaMask, and our very own AfricX. More of this will come tomorrow. We'll be dissecting what AfricX is. It's our very own exchange, cryptocurrency exchange we're launching in due time. So all of this is trading on AS token is trading on all these global exchanges. So you can download, search AS token /USDT, buy, trade, and hold AS token, and use them, of course, buy into any of the subsidiaries that we have mentioned. So with this, Afri Group of Companies has unlocked a new era of asset ownership. We have given you the opportunity to tap into economic freedom. Afri Group's tokenization ecosystem has empowered every single person to invest, to trade, and to thrive. Join us today. Thank you very much.
So for more information and clarity, we have our staff at the booth, so you can visit us there. We have our staff waiting to take your questions. Thank you very much, and do enjoy the rest of the event.
All right, can I have the attention of Mr. Chuta, please, for the next set of awards? Mr. Chuta, for the next set of awards, before I miss you. Afrik, are you people responsible for that coastal highway going on where you have your land? Now I don't catch you now. All right. Okay, right after these awards, we'll take another platform presentation that will be very brief for 5 minutes, and then we'll take our next panel.
Afri Group. All right. So we're going to be taking the next set of awards, and like I said earlier, we had 4,203 voters who participated in our selection process for the people who are going to be awarded today, or those who are being awarded today. So once again, I want to reiterate that we are eminently qualified to give out industry recognition awards. So the next category of award will be the award to we are going to be awarding the most impactful crypto community of the year category of the Nigerian Blockchain Awards. And can someone help me find the award there? The most impactful crypto community of the year award. And the winner of that category is Africa Arbitrage Community. You guys invaded the phone. You invaded the form and you got it. So I want to call on the CEO of Africa Group of Company to come forward and receive this award. And I want to call Nat. Please come and hand over this award. Mr. Nat is the de facto patron of Blockchain Nigeria User Group. The day we are going to be doing the award of the person who has attended the most of our blockchain conferences, it's likely going to be Mr. Nat. So please. So this award recognizes Africa Arbitrage's exceptional achievement in the most impactful crypto community of the year category at the Nigerian Blockchain Industry Awards 2024, presented during the Decentralized Intelligence Conference. That's my award. I mean, they talk my own. Okay, so the next category all right, so we're going to also, we have the creative leader of the year. Is Godwin around? Godwin? I'm sure he's sitting down somewhere outside, but while he's out there, we're going to be going into the next session of the panel awards before we do the subsequent handover of the awards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Juta. You can see we're trying to go with speed because we don't want to keep you here beyond scheduled time. I'd like to welcome one of the panel discussants to come back and give us a presentation on her platform, Shades of Convexity, A&D Forensics. Okay, I see her walking in. Please welcome back again, Chioma Oyekelu, as she has a 5-minute presentation to dispense.
Thank you for the opportunity. Hello, everyone. My name is Chioma Oyekelu, and I represent A&D Forensics and Convexity. Okay, so basically, if you've lost crypto here, please just wave your we are plenty. True? Okay, so that's the good news anyways. A lot of scams and frauds are happening and a lot of victims. In fact, there was one case where it happened to be a murder case, like a murder case, and crypto was involved. So that is why we are here at A&D Forensics, to help you trace and investigate any crypto-related crime.
So if you have such cases, if your exchange gets hacked, if you have your wallet hacked, please reach out to us at A&D Forensics and we'll help you. We train law enforcement officers. The last training we had was with the Interpol. We've trained the EFCC, we've trained the NFIU, the Nigerian police, and we work with regulators to make sure that the regulations that are coming to help us in this space is actually a smart regulation, not a dumb one. So anytime you have any victim, you have anybody that has lost his or her crypto, please reach out to us, and then we'll do smart contract audits. Dr. Peter made mention of smart contracts, right? So if you're building your Web3 platforms, you need to audit them, not just for the users, even for you, to help you prevent reputational risk. Imagine when you have built a platform and all of a sudden, out of the blues, scammers tear it down. Do you know the reputational risk you will face? So it is always good to audit your smart contract. We also do penetration testing and vulnerability assessment. So reach out to us for your training and everything concerning security at A&D Forensics. And then at our sister company, Convexity, we build blockchain solutions. We've partnered with CBN, we've partnered with a lot of industries to make sure we build our solutions. And the good thing is that when we build these solutions at Convexity, we make sure that these solutions are audited at A&D Forensics to be very good. Thank you.
People who have names that sound like mine, Chioma, Isioma, they don't speak much. Thank you, Chioma. That was 2 minutes, not even 5 minutes. Thank you for making it easy. All right. So Afri Group came and they did a presentation on real-world assets, tokenization, and economic freedom. We want to further digest that topic by way of panel discussion. I'd like to quickly invite those who will be serving as panelists and also invite the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tunde Fatai Olasukonmi of Red Swan CRE. Tunde Fatai Olasukonmi of Red Swan. We also have Chima Abafo. Chima Abafo. Okay, please put your hands together for Chima of CTO Zen Finance and Asset Chain. I also have the CEO of System App by House Africa, Nnamdi Uba. Nnamdi Uba. I also have the CEO and founder of 3XC, not 3SC Ibadan, 3XC, Chebli. I think a lot of persons are still outside. Ushers, if you can hear me, just please go downstairs and ask people to come in. And I also understand that the AC is too much. Okay, so a lot of persons are running out of the hall. Technician, if you can hear me, I don't know where the technician is. Please come reduce the intensity of the AC. It's chasing people out. I'm not feeling it because I thought I was going to the UK. I wore a winter jacket, right? All right. I also have, okay, that's Chebli, I guess. I also have the CEO of Gamic, Chike Okonkwo. He's dressed like the former chairman of Labour Party, Iwanyawo. And I also have Victoria Ugbedojo of Nifty. Victoria Ugbedojo of NFT Fee. All right. Victoria is not here. Mr. Chita, please, your attention. Just a second. All right, so this panel, like I did say, I guess that's Victoria. All right, so Ms. Victoria, or Mrs. Victoria, I don't know, let me not go commit atrocity, will be moderating the session of reward assets, tokenization, and economic freedom. Panel, you have 30 minutes. I'll be on your toes so that you don't screech me on the time. Thank you.
Hi guys. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chike Okonkwo. A bit of correction. I'm the co-founder of BNUG. I'm PD director. So please, I'm not the CEO. Thank you very much. And I'm moderating this amazing panel. Our panel is going to be talking about real-world assets tokenization and its economic freedom. I think there was a young man that was here a while ago that spoke about real-world assets. It has been a conversation going on from time to time. They even showed us what real-world assets which have been built are worth not too long ago. But anyway, I think we'll go into the session immediately. Maybe they can just tell us their names and a brief introduction, starting with you, Mr. Chima. Just briefly.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Chima Abafo. I'm CTO, Chief Technical Officer, and co-founder of Zen Finance. And we've just built Assets Chain, which is our layer 1 RWA blockchain that enables you to tokenize real-world assets on the blockchain. So yeah, I'm happy to discuss this here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nnamdi Bar. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Sitemap. Sitemap is a product born out from House Africa. We're leveraging blockchain and satellite imagery to make land transactions simple, fast, and scam-free.
Nice.
Thank you. Tunde Olasukomi is my name. The country manager of Red Swan CRE. So we tokenize commercial real estate that puts real estate on the blockchain, which means we help real estate developers to raise capital easily and also give investors opportunity to invest in different classes of real estate. Thank you.
Hi, good day everyone. My name is Victoria Ubediojo Haruna, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Deftify. Deftify is an AI-powered platform that gives access to traders to analyze their cryptocurrencies and other digital assets.
All right. I think we'll start from you, Victoria. So I think I want to ask you a question. Do you think this conversation we'll be having about real-world assets and all of that, how do you think Nigeria, Africa should embrace real-world assets as it is talked about?
Okay, so I think that we've heard a lot about reward assets today. The last speaker did so much about real assets, and you realize that he emphatically mentioned real life use cases where we get to use things that we are familiar with on the digital space. He talked about the land, he talked about how they use the iStore. He talked about all of that, right? So it's quite prevalent that the real world assets is here to stay. It's something that's in the long run, this is what we all would be into somehow.
All right, thank you very much. Coming to you, Mr. Nnamdi. I see what you guys are doing at Sitemap, and I think that has to do with a lot around the real estate, land titles, and all of that. I would like to know how can tokenization actually improve the efficiency and security of land titles, the registration process of lands, and all of that, and what are those benefits to property owners and also investors in that sphere?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. So from what we are doing at Sitemaps, we are working with the real estate companies, that's the private sectors, to digitize their land transactions. and issue out their own titles, a digitized title. You understand? So the digitized title we mean here is not the C of O, but we are working to that, but we are digitizing their proof of allocation. You know, when you buy land from a real estate company, they are going to come and show you where your plot is, give you certificate of allocation or letter of allocation. So what we are doing is making sure that someone can easily buy a land and get allocated instantly. So it's no longer a thing of where you go, you buy a land and 1 year, 6 months, nobody has given you a location. You don't have any document to even prove that you bought a land. But you have made a transfer of money to a company's account. So our goal is to see that when you buy, you get allocated instantly. The coordinate of that land, the size, the proof of allocation, a certificate powered by NFT on blockchain is sent to you in your inbox. Immediately your payment is your payment is confirmed from our financial institutions. That way you can easily get your allocations immediately. What this has helped us to do is to reduce the time it takes for land purchase to get close. Instead of 1 year, 6 months, it's now being done in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes, you get it done and you own your land and you can access it from anywhere in the world. Leveraging on our satellite imagery, you can monitor your land from your phone, whether you're in US, you're in Canada, you're in South Africa, you could just zoom and see your land and see its environment. So that way, you could be able to start owning land as you like. You can also pay small and get your land from this real estate company. And the sweet part of this is we are on the other side partnering with smaller businesses like laundry companies, barbing salon, makeup artists, every smaller businesses who wants to work with us in such a way that with your NFT or what we are calling PVN, property verification number, you could actually get a discount from these services. Imagine owning a land and you can also use it to get discount from other services that are not related to real estate. So that is what digitizing or tokenizing land title can do for us in Africa.
Thank you. I think I call that efficiency. Can you hear from 1 year, 6 months to 20 minutes to 30 minutes? That's fantastic. Coming to you, Mr. Tunde, you guys do a lot around fractional ownership and capital markets in the real estate sector. How can tokenized real estate fractional ownership contribute to more inclusive and accessible capital market for real estate developers and also investors? I really want you to talk about developers and investors, how this really works for them. Yeah.
Okay, all right. You know, with the help of tokenization, big assets are being fractionalized. Let's imagine this building that we are seated in, the Civic Center. Say this building is valued at, for example, 5 billion naira. Before now, it's only high net worth individuals or institutional investors that have the capacity to invest in the kind of building, in this kind of building. But with the help of tokenization and fractionalization, you can buy affordably. That's called accessibility, which means retail investors can now buy based on the amount they can afford, which means with your 500,000 naira, you can buy a fraction of Civic Center, such that from the profit the building makes from rent, you are being paid dividends. Then also as the physical asset appreciates in value, the value of your token also improve. So now, you know, the blockchain is way beyond cryptocurrency. We are now in the dispensation whereby we now understand that there are a lot of use cases being built on the blockchain. Like when Dr. Dario was speaking earlier today, in the early days of the internet, in the late 90s, the new millennials period, when you hear email, what comes up in your mind is internet. Because email was the first and the popular use case of internet. Same thing applies to cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency happens to be the first test use case of blockchain. So blockchain itself is an infrastructure, the way internet is also an infrastructure. And as other use cases came up on the internet, like social media, e-commerce, and the likes, same thing is happened to the blockchain. And that's where tokenization comes up, which means things like real estate, physical assets have been taken up into the, they have been digitized into the blockchain. Bonds, securities, and the like. So back to your question. So this brings inclusivity, affordability, then also portfolio diversification, which means before now, if I have 50 million naira, I could go to a jar and pour that whole fund into buying a single property, maybe a duplex. But with the help of tokenization and what we do, that same money can be splitted into 10, such that we come to our platform, you decide to say, okay, 5 million is going into office building, another 5 million into retail building, another 5 million into residential building. So that gives you the benefit of portfolio diversification. Then on the developer side, before now, when real estate developer wants to raise capital, they approach the traditional creditors like banks and the likes. And you know what the interest rate is to do that. But with the help of tokenization, we can help developers that list on our platform to raise capital easily. We expose that project or that asset to both Nigerians here, Nigerians and Africa in diaspora, then also foreign direct investors.
Amazing, amazing. I mean, I always say that the blockchain brings efficiency, and that's one of the most amazing things about the industry. Coming down to you, Mr. Chima, I've been a very good friend of you and your company and what you guys are doing. He made mention of something here when he said asset chain. I think that's one blockchain. If you're a developer here or builder, look at what they are doing at asset chain. That's a blockchain of its own that's been built. Please, you guys should take a look at it. What you talked about, what you guys are doing, I think I would like you to give us some insights as to the potentials and benefits or challenges of tokenization, and how can this innovation attract a wider range of investors, and also from the experience of what you guys are building at Asset Chain.
Okay, great. So, you know, we've all heard a lot about tokenization today, and a lot of us are just seeing tokenization as something that you want to convert real estate, stocks, bonds, everything, and move it on chain. And I'm a real big believer in this, because if you look at the way money is distributed in the world right now, right, the whole world assets, like if you take all the whole money, what is the value of the whole money in the world right now? It's about $500 trillion, right? You can do a Google search. Now, how is this broken down? It's broken down into finance, it's broken down into health, healthcare, energy, agricultural sectors, and different sectors. Now, for all these sectors, finance is the biggest, right? So, now, how does this tokenization really matter? If you, let me blow your mind. Do you know that this money, paper money you are using, is the first form of tokenization that actually happened? Now, how is this? People used to do trade by barter before, and then at some point in time, people moved into, you know, gold, right? Now, when you had gold in the bank, you go to the bank, and then the bank gives you a paper that represents this gold that you have in the bank. So it's showing you that, oh, out of all this gold in this bank, you have a certain share, which is this money. So now, over time and years has passed, people don't even realize that the money they are spending is actually tokenized something. Because, you know, after what happened in the US, they have removed money backed by gold. Money is now like backed by government, right? But it's actually tokenization that actually happened there. Now, what this tokenization is going to do is going to make accessibility to different things easy. Your bonds, your real estate, as we have mentioned, your stocks, your capital markets, and bringing
all these things on the blockchain, right? So that's why we at Asset Chain, we've developed Asset Chain to be a layer 1 blockchain that is going to be focused mainly on real-world assets. The Asset Chain blockchain, our token ticker is actually right? It's RWA. You can check it on CoinMarketCap. So it's because we really, really believe in this. And again, it's going to bring like a lot of wealth into our economy, right? Sorry. A lot of businesses can't really, cope because of the way Naira is getting devalued. And people are looking for how do you build businesses? How are you going to, do something that is going to bring in wealth from different parts of the world? And this is how tokenization can actually help it, right? You can get investments from different people in different parts of the world. And our, the Nigerian authorities, they are beginning to realize this with things like our first Naira stable coin, CNGN. Once this is available now, just like the way you have USDT, we are going to have CNGN on the blockchain, and with that you can actually easily buy into stocks, you can buy into real estate, you can convert, so you can see people coming in from different parts of the world, just like the same way apps like Robinhood have been able to make people to easily buy stocks. Now, different people can easily buy stocks when this is tokenized on the blockchain, and they can even do that with using our own local currency like CNGN, a stable currency on the blockchain. So the possibilities are endless. I see this as the beginning, and a whole lot of new innovations is definitely going to come because of this new technology.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nnamdi, very briefly, I would like to just ask you, how do you envision the future of real estate investments and ownership for economic freedom, leveraging reward tokenization institution?
Okay, one of the things that I'm seeing clearly is liquidity, because once you can verify that I am the owner of this land or property, bank can easily give you finance to do your business. You understand? And this is one of the things we are lacking seriously in Nigeria, or even Africa as a large, where we cannot get access to loans because our collaterals cannot be verified that we are the owners of them. So, but if you can be able to instantly verify that I am the owner of this land, you can hold it and give me money. And from our research, or the research done by PwC, if Nigerian lands, 95% of Nigerian lands cannot be contested. Like, I cannot be able to know who actually owns it. 95%, that's how bad it is. You understand? And this is actually also causing a lot of frauds. Only Lagos and Ogun State reports 500,000 land scams every year. So that's how huge it is. And putting these things in a way that it can be verifiable can help a lot of people to actually verify for secondary market. Like all this land that is being sold in Epe, Ibejuleki now, you can't really also say who owned them. You understand? And if those areas start expanding or people start building and start living there, you find out that what we are experiencing in Lagos mainland of having a signpost or a written on the wall, this land is for sale. Avoid Emeka, my son. If you Emeka, no verse. Avoid Emeka, my son. So it will still take back. It will still take it back to Epe again. You understand? If we do not put those things in a way that we can verify them. So verification brings money. If I can verify that this is the ownership, I can give you money and hold the means of which I can use in verifying that you are the owner. So I believe liquidity is the key.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Tunde, I think I would just want you to identify, so how can tokenized real estate fractional ownership and all that also help mitigate risk associated with traditional real estate investment, and also some of these barriers to entry in a very short nutshell. Just help us break that down.
You know, when you talk about risk, one of the beauty of blockchain is it brings transparency, which means data are being recorded on the distribution, on the DLT technology, distribution ledger technology. So what that means is the same way you send email, that the email you sent some 5-10 years ago, if you still have the person's email number, once it goes to your search, whatever in your email, the content will still come out the way it is. And that's what transparency, blockchain has brought to the real estate space. But when you talk about tokenization, you know, it just goes beyond putting a physical asset on the blockchain. There's still some back-end vetting, due diligence that are done in terms of the title. Like for us, for example, we do a lot of vetting. We have collaboration with companies like EY that help to revalue that physical real estate. Then additionally, apart from vetting, there's also the part of the cash flow of the asset. Like we understand the history of the asset, what's the income it has been generating for the last 5 years, then what's the projected income for the next 5 years. So that way, all of that is being well done before we move to minting and making that asset available on the blockchain. Then additionally, on our website, before you invest in an asset, you're able to see some of those confidential information. And you're also able to view directly on Google Map where that asset is located. So unlike cryptocurrency, that the value can be up this morning and down. So reward asset has a backup value from that physical asset that is on ground. So and that way, the risk factor is removed. Then another important thing is that the expertise of the team behind that project, because that's very, very important. The person must understand how, or the team must understand how the asset, the physical asset operates before it's being digitized. And which means, like for example, at Red Swan CRE, we have a team that is well versed in real estate, well versed in technology, and also the capital market, because that has a very, very long way to go. Then lastly, digital tokens, which is security tokens of reward assets, are very different. They don't perform or act the same way cryptocurrency perform, which means that in the cryptocurrency space whereby you can misplace your security wallet, your wallet address, or stuff like that, for tokenized assets, once the asset is being tokenized, there's a cap table. Just the same way the stock exchange market keep the cap table of every investor in a company. That's also the same way RIA works, such that even if you misplace your token, it can be reminted to you, because the way there is the digital representation, there's the hard copy backup. So that's what differentiates tokenized real estate from crypto.
Very much. Thank you very much. Gloria, let me come to you. What are the essential technical and legal considerations when building STOs of tokenized products, and how can blockchain developers ensure interoperability and scalability?
Okay, so when issuing STOs, there are several technical and legal framework that I think developers or project owners should put in place. So the first on my list would be for project managers or project owners or developers in this case to always, right, imbibe the security framework in their smart contracts. Ensure, okay, so the first panel talked about compliance, right? Having to have AMLs, that's the anti-money laundering, and the KYC policies embedded into their smart contracts. The next would be interoperability, right? The ability to have networks or chains interact with themselves seamlessly. They can possibly use cross-chains policies or cross-chain framework, like what Cosmos would do, right? have this embedded into their smart contract or have this embedded into their project. They should also ensure that the project is scalable, being able to have large volume of transactions on the chain, or large transactions of volume of these assets. Right? When it comes to legal frameworks, or when it comes to anything that has to do with legal, I'm not a lawyer, but we have SEC rules that govern these things, right? And I think one of them would be that any project that is bringing in, that wants to offer security tokens, should be registered, and not just registered, also be licensed to offer STOs. So each project should ensure that this is done, and most importantly, to also to provide for intellectual property, right? Yeah. Being able to have the creator in mind. So we've been talking about real-world assets, and most we've been talking about is the property, land. How about music? How about artworks, right? Where do the originators, where do the creators, where do we have to protect their rights in all of this? So I think that when building this project, or when working with real-world assets, we should be able to have the creators in mind when building the smart contracts.
Thank you very much. That's very important, because I know I've got into this conversation about STOs, and I know it falls under regulation of the SEC and the likes. So I think builders who are building here also pay attention to what the SEC in whatever region you want to offer your solution to is saying. It's very important to work with regulators, because they are your friends one way or the other.
Yeah, I would like to add that in terms of regulation, security tokens are actually regulated, and to the glory of God, Rest One is licensed. So we are licensed in the US by US SEC, and we have the broker-dealer license and the RIA license. So which means that the way from AML check to KYC and other rules and policy that guides it. So because we have to be able to protect investors' interest, and also protect the ecosystem to make sure good actors are playing.
Thank you very much. That's very insightful. Kudos to you guys on the license also. Mr. Chima, I see with what you guys are doing with Asset Chain, I know a lot of people are coming to build. You guys will also be trying to also tell people to be able to use your solution to have assets. Considering the capital market integration into tokenized assets, how can tokenized products integrate with existing capital market structures and instruments? And then what are those potential synergies or changes that you think are there for them to explore and also be mindful of in terms of challenges?
Okay, so thank you for that question. So, what's capital markets? Where you have, your bonds, your stock market, all of them fall under capital markets, right? Now, if you are looking at how do you integrate with your local or, bring in traditional finance into crypto, you would see that, I think I can give one example with what has gone on now with Bitcoin spot ETFs and Ethereum spot ETFs, right? Now, Bitcoin spot ETF currently is worth about $53.5 billion, right? That's the amount of inflow that has come into crypto because of Bitcoin spot ETF. And Ethereum spot ETF also is worth now about $7.6 billion. So this just gives you an idea of what is possible, right? When you bring in the capital markets, right? What is the value of stock exchange, US stock exchange, even NYS, Nigerian Stock Exchange? What's the value of that? Imagine bringing in those value into the blockchain. So the advantages are numerous, of course. And we all know that the number one challenge with this is usually regulation, right? You would always have regulation issues. But like I always say, regulation should not stifle innovation, because innovation would always come first before you can regulate it, right? If you don't have any new
idea or any new product that you have come up with, then there's nothing that the regulators are going to regulate, right? So, I mean, merging the two, it's going to take time because there's going to be a lot of time it takes for adoption, and you need like big movers to start coming in first. That's why, you know, earlier in the year, sometime around March, April, when we had that big pump in the market and everybody was smiling, it was mostly due to the amount of inflow that was coming in from BlackRock, right? And imagine when most of these trillion-dollar asset companies start moving their assets into the blockchain because of what it can do, right? It's going to be very, very powerful. So I really think that the future here is very, very bright. I mean, if you are holding assets, you should start looking at bringing them into the blockchain, right? Houses, what they are doing with real estate, your stocks, your bonds. And one very big thing I would like to point out is that, you know, a lot of people see bonds as a safe investment, that maybe you have a lot of money, you use it to buy bonds, and you keep it and you are sure of guaranteed return. But it's possible that it can default. Government can actually default on paying those bonds if the government says they don't have the money.
Yes.
I mean, it happened last year
Yes.
with Ghana defaulting on their bonds. And because Ghana defaulted on their bonds, Nigerian banks lost about 284 billion naira. That's almost over 200, yes, at the time, because it's last year, it's over $280 million. That's how much people lost because, yeah?
Current exchange rate.
No, at current exchange rate, it will seem a bit less. But at previous exchange rate, it is a whole lot more, right? So that's how much these people can lose if government default. So what they did was that the Ghana government said that, oh, we don't have money to pay these, you know, bonds right now, but we are going to restructure it and give you another bond that will tell you that, okay, so and so time we are going to pay. But imagine if this was on a blockchain now. They can easily liquidate at any point. Because it's not on the blockchain right now, people can't liquidate their bonds until the government is supposed to pay, supposed to sell, right? So this is the kind of things that we would see in the capital market. Liquidity, right? You are going to see much more liquidity. You are going to see much more traders coming in. Like I'll give you an example with the Bitcoin spot ETF. A whole lot of money is coming in, and a whole lot more products are also being developed on this. So, I mean, like I always say, the future here is bright, and we are still in the early days of this. So, just, you know, embrace the new technology that is here.
I mean, guys, please give a round of applause to the panelists, please. I mean, they've lectured me also on some things, and I think real world assets is where we're going to. I always say blockchain is for Africa. If you're building, keep building. You can also connect with them afterwards to really learn more from each and every. Thank you so much, BNUG, for having us on this panel.
Please remain while Mr. Tuta takes a photo of you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. That was beautiful. Pretty excellent. Distinguished delegates, please what you see to eat and eat it very well. Don't say you are fasting, don't say you are watching your weight, and I'll tell you why. The inventor of gymnastics, I was at the age of 57. Hello. As I was saying, I understand that the inventor of gymnastics died at the age of 57. Thank you very much. The inventor of the treadmill died at the age of 54. The world bodybuilding champion died at the age of 41. The best footballer ever that you and I know, Diego Armando Maradona, died at the age of 60. Even the microphones are getting tired. But listen, The inventor of KFC died at the age of 94. So you see why you should be eating well. The inventor of Nutella died at the age of 88. So everything that is on your table, finish them. Don't exercise on them. Because I wonder how the doctors conclude that exercise prolongs life when the rabbit that you and I know is always jumping all over the place, where the rabbit does not live more than 2 years. And the tortoise that does not exercise at all lives for almost 200 years. I have not told you not to exercise, oh. Don't say I advised you. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we're going to go to the third panel. Like I said, we want to be quick with this. After that panel, we'll take 2 or 3 more platform presentations, and we'll be closing the curtain for the day. But don't forget, tomorrow is very important. Tomorrow you have a lot of workshops from the title sponsor, Afri Group, workshop that will be coming from one of our panelists that's coming up now, our AI specialist. A lot of workshops that will be coming in, workshop on cryptocurrency also. All right, the third panel discussion will center on how DeFi, Web3, and AI are decentralizing traditional finance. How DeFi, Web3, and AI are decentralizing traditional finance. To do justice to this, our panelists, such as Ekenyere Chinonyere Meekness of Afri Group. Chinonyere Meekness of Afri Group. If she's in the hall or he's in the hall, please come on over to the panel seat. We also have a Web3 developer from Blockspace Technologies, Elizabeth Chiamaka-Wanko. Elizabeth Chiamaka-Wanko. Oh, put your hands together. That's the wife of our dear friend here. We have from Quick Peak, Obasi Ifegu. Obasi Ifegu, Quick Peak. Okay. One more time, I call Ekenyere Chinonyere Meekness of Afri Group. Afri Group people, you can please reach out to Chinonyere. We also have the founder and CEO of Afen Blockchain, Deborah Ojengbede. Is that how you applaud women? Thank you. Our dear AI specialist, Mr. John Orakwe. Don't worry, you can treat him anyhow. Tomorrow, you'll be the one that will clap for him by yourself. We will not beg you to. I guess you're Chinonyere? Obasi, all right. Okay, and to moderate this is our dear Amazon, one of the female pioneers of the Nigerian blockchain space, who has traveled far and wide representing Nigeria. Please welcome of Sodatics and one of the Blockchain Experts Association of Nigeria members, Faith Titus Okafonga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to specially welcome every one of you, both my panelists, to this day discussion. Today, they are going to be telling us how Web3, DeFi, AI are actually decentralizing traditional finance. You know, as we know, traditional finance actually has a crucial part or a crucial role to play in our day-to-day economy. As much as they are very important, they also have their own challenges, and they are offering different possibilities that we can actually leverage on. So in order not to waste our time, I think we just have to go into the panel discussion of the day. So I will start
From my far left, we have Mr. Obasi there. He's going to kickstart the panel discussion. So he's going to be, telling us most tangible real-world application of DeFi, Web3, and AI that are currently impacting traditional finance, and what are their limitations. Mr.
Hello. Hello. Hi. Yeah. Okay. So this topic feels like a lecture because it has everything. Web3, DeFi. Please, what's the other one? AI. I mean. Okay. So I think the best way to understand these things, if you want to keep the hype apart, is to first of all break down the concepts themselves. So, and for me, I like to start from Web3 because I feel like you cannot talk about DeFi or real-world assets or any of these things without talking about Web3 because it's the word or the concept that embodies all of them. And I like to see Web3 as decentralized internet or the third era internet. The concept of Web3 is a concept where people has the power to the internet. So it gives you the right to write, read, and also own, or basically define or approve whatever you want to approve. When you compare Web3 with the existing Web2 or the Web1, one thing you will see that is particularly striking or different is the fact that in Web1, usually people can only read. You can only read, but you cannot comment, you cannot say anything. In the Web2 era, you can comment, you can interact, you can engage on those posts. But one unique thing is that the data, these multinational organizations like Facebook and Google, they own it. Those data they collect from you, they own it, they sell it, they do to it whatever they want. You do not have any share in it. You cannot decide how you maybe monetize or how that data can be used, right? But the Web3 gives you that power. It gives you the power to create, read, own. You can decide where your data should be used, if your data should not be used at all. That's the concept of Web3. The internet era where you and I can decide what is valuable and what is not. And then when you now trickles this down, you find out that the existence of Web3 is now what enables the creation of decentralized applications. So when we talk about decentralized application, we are talking about applications that allow you to connect things like your wallet. When you hear wallet connect or say crypto wallet, what that means is that you are now interacting with an application where if something is going to happen, it's because you are going to enable it, right? And that's where the concept of DeFi comes from. But before I talk about DeFi, let's now look at practical applications that are Web3 based. So practical applications that are Web3 based that I can mention for myself is, for example, QuickPick. QuickPick is an on-demand delivery marketplace that allow users to, find on-demand services or get on-demand services, like maybe you want to order a food or you want to order for groceries or farm produce. You do all of that from the app and you interact directly with the owner or the seller of that particular thing you want to buy. Then another Web3 related application I would want to mention would be, let's say, a decentralized wallet like Trust Wallet. Even though Trust Wallet might be categorized as a financial application, but it is also a Web3 application because it allows you to store your crypto assets, it allows you to execute transactions, more or less transfer money and all of that. Then when you now bring it down to DeFi, so the way DeFi is helping or ensuring that people are more involved in the Web3 space or are more involved in this technology woke era is the fact that in underserved regions like Africa or even in well-served regions where there is banking present, you and I know that as far as the bank is concerned, you do not have 100% authority to the finances you give to the bank. So any of your money that is in the bank actually has the right. There's a law that gives them the right to actually seize and hold your money and not give it back to you, especially if they feel that you have violated any of their rules. Okay. But with the advent of decentralized finance and of course things like wallet application, you can be able to manage your own funds, right? You don't even need a bank account. All you just need is find someone who has a bank account and has crypto. Send them the amount in naira. Let's say you want to buy crypto worth 10 million naira. Send them the 10 million naira, maybe through another person, and then give them the wallet address you want them to transfer that crypto to. They transfer the crypto. From there, you can start trading. That's one thing you can do with decentralized finance. Also, you can lend that money out. So you can collect that 10 million naira in either stable coin like USDT.
All right, Mr. Obasi. I know it is a lecture.
I
If
that
we,
it feels like
like
a
you
lecture.
did, you
There's so
started
much.
saying that this question is like a lecture. So if we allow you, I'm sure you're going to be lecturing us from now to the end of this program.
I'm sorry, but
so we'll still come back to you, please.
Okay.
You know, when we started, I was actually, meant to ask you to introduce yourself. But just because we've been introduced by the MC, so I decided to go in, But then I will still give us that opportunity. So when I ask the question, please just shortly introduce yourself, then you can dive into answering that question. So, Obasi, I will still come back to you, please. Yeah. Let's go to the next. Let's go to the next panelist, and this is going to Miss Elizabeth. Yeah, I think it's about people keep complaining about the complexity that surrounds DeFi ecosystem, Web3 ecosystem, and sometimes you get to hear people talking about, why are you telling me about decentralization, Web3, blockchain? How will my grandmother in the village, how will social person be able to adapt? How can we onboard them? And even to those that are already onboarded, we kind of find out that they actually, faces some kind of barriers that is actually, touching or maybe limiting widespread adoption of DeFi, Web3, AI, and all of that. So speaking to this, how can we really improve the user experience of DeFi platform to make them more accessible and user-friendly for the average person, bridging the gap between technical expertise and mainstream adoption?
Thank you for that question. Hello, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Nwankwo, and I'm a Web3 developer at Blockspace Technologies. Blockspace Innovation Hub is not just a technology hub. We're a catalyst for progress. We empower individuals to create impactful solutions that drive positive change across Africa and beyond. Coming to that question, DeFi is revolutionizing financial systems by creating by creating open and decentralized financial ecosystem. However, there are barriers to its mass adoption across globally, right? So I'm going to talk about what these problems are and what solutions could be. Number one is complex user interface. For most of you who use some of these platforms, you've noticed that you really need to have some level of technical expertise to understand what is happening on some of the applications you use, such as gas fees. You start explaining long transaction times. You start seeing a lot of technical jargons, and you start asking yourself, what are these people talking about? The truth is, when we start building simpler interfaces that make use of tooltips and pop-up presentations, like giving you contextual help for you to understand what all these things are all about, you start to have a better user experience across these platforms. When you look at simpler wallets, I don't know how many of you have made use of MetaMask. MetaMask expects you to have some level of technical expertise to make use of it. When you start talking about, you have to understand your private keys, and you have to make sure you keep them private, because once you lose your private keys, you stand a chance to lose your funds, and I know this is actually unacceptable to most of us. Another thing that we can actually implement is scaling solutions. Like a lot of platforms are now implementing two-layer scaling applications to enable people to have low to no gas fees, and then slower transaction times. For most applications that imbibe this, a lot of users find it more user-friendly to use. And then another thing in quotes, which I would like to appreciate Celo that are doing, is they're making mobile-first applications where people can make use of it on their phones. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for that wonderful submission. So moving up, today we've been talking about intelligence, decentralized intelligence, and what AI can do. And we'll be exploring different specific role of AI and its potential and ethical pitfall. And the person that is going to be doing justice to this is no other person than John Orakwe. So he is going to tell us how AI is being used to enhance the security, efficiency, and accessibility of DeFi and Web3 applications, and what are the potential ethical implication of this integration. I hope you got that question. So, kindly introduce yourself and...
Okay, my name is Orakwe John, and thank you for the question. So, to AI, I think the best way to think about AI is the fact that, there are layers of it, like layers of growth of AI. So the first layer will be the chatbot layer, which is what we've had for a very long time, ChatGPT, GPT-4, and what have you. The second layer is the human reasoners layer, which we got into 4 weeks ago, right, with the O1 model, right? So according to them, that model is something that can reason like a human being. And beyond that layer, you have something called agents. That's level 3. Beyond agents, you have the innovators, which are AI systems that can produce new knowledge. Like new knowledge, you don't have to prompt them. They can say think for themselves and give us something new altogether. Then at the highest level, at the AGI level, is autonomous organizations, which are AI systems that you can say that can do the work of an entire bank, right? That's what they are called, autonomous.
I'm beginning to be scared right
now.
No,
hold on. So there are all these different layers. So, and then the way to think about how DeFi and all of these different digital systems will be affected is, at those different layers, there are different levels of impact, right?
Sorry, let me just come in here. I know in time past, there was this feature you shared with me. You talked about someone working with an AI. Yeah. So on what level is this? And I hope, when I'm supposed to be working with you, and now I'm not getting to work with an AI, I don't know where we're going to be. Where are we going to be by then?
So most of what we do now, ChatGPT, everything we do with ChatGPT is chatbot level 1. Level 2, so let me just explain. There's something called the Norway Mensa IQ test, which people take every now and then they gave this new model, the O1 preview model, was given that test. It scored 120 IQ. If you do the math, on average, there's maybe just 1 in 10 persons in the world. Like if you just do an average, 1 in 10 persons score 120 IQ normally, right? So the way to look at it is something called Kasparov's law, which is if you learn how to work with the systems, is as good as you are on that 120 IQ. So the way I like to think about it is that if enough people learn how to work with this new model, or we have agents that are operating with this new model, it means that every employee in a firm can have at least 120 IQ, or they have a sidekick that is at that level. And then for everything that you need to do in DeFi or Web3 or whatever, that's you're operating with something something really smart. Right? I'm not really afraid of the systems yet, but the fact is, the higher we go, There's also something called the Jevons paradox, which is during the second industrial revolution, the expectation was that when you have engines, steam engines that are very efficient, you use less coal, right? That's the expectation. That's the logical thing that is expected to happen. But instead of using less coal, people found that they were burning more coal to run factories for longer, which means that there's a very high chance that we're going to get to a point that instead of actually replacing people, for the fact that human wants are insatiable and we have no idea the kind of things we desire and want when we are free to do whatever we want with our time. So the expectation is that so long as people have desires and wants, and you are the person who can fulfill those desires and wants, there will always be a job for you to do.
Wow, interesting. So ladies and gentlemen, we still have hope. AI is not going to take our job away from us. Thank you so much for that wonderful submission. Yeah, so we want to go to Ms. Deborah, and she's going to be answering some questions with respect to the future of finance. Yeah, so Ms. Deborah, what are the most significant potential disruptions to traditional financial institutions from the convergence of DeFi, Web3, and AI? And what are the potential opportunities for the future opportunities for collaboration, rather?
All right, I think I hear two questions.
So it's more like, what are the opportunities?
All right.
What is the future of finance and the opportunities that lies within?
All right. Thank you for that question. My name is Deborah, and okay, you said we should do introductions. I'm a business developer by profession, and I've done most of my background in banking and then transitioned into blockchain 2021. And so in terms of the future of finance, leveraging blockchain technology, I think we're already in the future of finance. I mean, we're still in early stages, but what I see is a major potential as it relates to finance and blockchain is that access to finance. So there are two main opportunities here that stand out for me. One is the permissionless nature of the blockchain, right? So all you need is internet to interact with the blockchain. You don't need a middleman. You don't need a bank to get access to cryptocurrency, right? So the fact that it's permissionless gives you that access originally. And what that does is it also helps to improve financial inclusion. So you see people like me and people like you having access to USD, the US dollar, at the snap of a finger. You don't need to, go through all the stress of finding a BDC and all that. You can easily just hedge your monies on the blockchain, leveraging some of these, what's it called now, USDT and the rest. And then there's also the part of transparency. And that is also a feature that I'm very bullish on, because what that means is that it's easy to track the life cycle of a financial transaction. So I send you money, typically in the traditional finance setting. If I send you funds and you haven't gotten an alert, right? Maybe after 30 minutes, you start to ask questions, or you say, okay, let me reach out to my bank and all that. With the blockchain, you don't need any of that. All you need, so for every transaction that happens, there's a hash rate, there's a hash. You just go on the blockchain, search for it, and you can easily tell where that money is at, if any transaction was done whatsoever. So I think the major use case that I see is the access that it gives us, right? It also helps us to easily hedge our finances against potential inflation and all of that. And in terms of potential, I mean, this is already happening. We already have a lot of institutional, investors, institutional organizations coming into the blockchain. At the previous panel session, we heard about ETFs, BlackRock, etc. We also have institutional guys like MicroStrategy investing in the blockchain space. So, I mean, KYC now accepts Bitcoin, right? McDonald's now accepts Bitcoin. That is a very, very bullish sentiment for the blockchain ecosystem. And as we continue to see improvement in our regulatory policies, and I think the SEC and NITSDA, they are doing an amazing job. at regulate. I mean, we're still early, but with stuff like the virtual asset service provider license and also the ARI program that's just been launched with SEC, I think that is already creating an enabling environment for us to innovate, and then grow further from there. So to your last question about, potential collaborations, I think the government involvement is going to make this, a very, very big deal for us, because it helps to create that sense of confidence in the space. When the government is involved and there's some sort of regulatory policies that are being put in place, it makes the space safer, right? And so, yeah, that's what I see as a potential moving forward.
Well, thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, when they're speaking, please let's try to encourage our panelists just by jamming our hands together, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, from every contributions that our panelists have, made, for me, it's centered around financial inclusion, because it talks about accessibility. You're leveraging the potentials of the decentralized intelligence. Of course, one of the low-hanging fruits would be financial inclusion. And dwelling on that, I would want to, come back to you, Mr. Obasi. How can DeFi promote greater financial inclusion and accessibility, particularly for the underserved community?
Okay, thank you for that question. So, how I see DeFi helping underserved communities is through, for instance, if you in the traditional banking sector, the lending and borrowing process over there is regulated. So before you become a partner of the bank and then supply money to become a lender or provide the liquidity that these banks require, you go through a lot of process, from KYC to the source of funds and all of that. But in the DeFi space, that's not the case. What you just need to do is have the money, understand how to navigate a platform like Aave or Compound, and then have a working crypto wallet, particularly Trust Wallet. I like to mention Trust Wallet because they're obviously very old and have passed through the test of time. So now have these two have the wallet, and then with that, it doesn't matter where you stay, whether you are living in one village or you are living in the city, as long as you have internet access, your mobile phone, and you have the money, load it up, supply that money, into the liquidity of maybe Aave, like I mentioned, or Compound, and then just sit and wait. So people come and borrow that money. When they borrow it, after a period of time, they pay you back. And when they pay you back, you get interest included. I mean, the process is a bit more tricky than the way I just explained, but that's how easy and how fast you can get your money to work for you in the DeFi space. And it doesn't matter whether you have a bank account or not. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that contribution. Mr. John Orakwe, coming from the AI ecosystem or landscape, are still talking about financial inclusion. How can AI actually promote financial inclusion?
So I've seen there's an example. They're called Fin, right? FINN, and then the idea is that you have this financial assistant that is able to speak to you about money, and it has an idea of your personal habits, right? So the bank would feed it data of how you spend money every month, and then it can help you, advise you, okay, you know what, this month, if you want to save, let's say, 100,000 naira, well, it's not Nigeria anyways, it's in Europe that they use this, let's say 100 euros, it would advise you and tell you, okay, this is how you can meet this particular goal, right? So you can imagine, Fidelity's Ivy, that's the chatbot that they have. Imagine that it knows about the customer, like it knows the customer proper, and is able to speak to them about their savings goals and what have you. So the way that it can help is that, if you have these models that understand the customer, so hyper-personalization, so to speak, and then it can, talk to them about all kinds of financial objectives That way more people can be included. But if you want to bring something like that to a place like Nigeria, well, I used to work with a company that we made a conversational assistance for Nigerians. The way to go about it will be to, tap into the local languages, right? And then what the current minister is doing, the local language model project, that's the idea, so that we have a local LLM that understands our own languages. And then if we give it to, OpenAI, they can train a text-to-speech and speech-to-text model that understands Igbo and can speak it really well, understands Hausa and understands all our local languages. So that way, more Nigerian communities, or like we have AI systems that can understand our own culture and speak to us in our local language. So that way, more people are included.
Wow, this is sounding very interesting. And I'm so scared for our financial managers. So if you're a financial manager here, probably you start to have a different, maybe rethink. But then I think, even though you may not lose your job, right, but you really need to build capacity that will really be on par with this AI thing. Yeah, so thank you so much, especially for those people who do not understand their dialects. They don't, probably you're from Yoruba or you're Igbo and you cannot even speak that. But with the help of AI, that can be speaking to us in our native language, of course, is truly going to, impact on our financial lives and all of that. So again, I'll move on to Elizabeth. Yeah. When Obasi was talking about how people in the local community can actually have access to financial inclusion because they can connect to the internet. And of course we know that blockchain, being Web3, can actually function in places with limited infrastructures, places where banks are not domiciled, and especially where even banks, but because of the fees, high fees, and so many complexity, that this can actually limit, financial inclusion for the underserved. So I just want you to, maybe add to what he has said, to, letting us know how Web3 can actually promote financial inclusion for the underserved, community. Because we also understand that I think there is this statistics I want to mention. Maybe as time goes on, I'll bring it up. But let's just hear from you.
In underserved regions, Web3 can actually help to bridge the gap for financial inclusion, because for most of these mobile-first applications, we get to know that a lot of us have mobile phones, but for some people who have just mobile phones, you can have your phone and you don't have a laptop. For some who have both laptops and phones and tablets and all that. But you see, because of the introduction of Android devices, a lot of people have access to these devices, and it's actually, the internet is accessible to more than 100 million people, right? Yeah. So you see, when these applications are mobile first applications, you see a lot of people who have phones, even to the list of Android devices, can actually have access to this financial inclusion. And another thing is wallets. You can be anywhere you are and you have access to having a wallet. And we know that wallets are like entrance into DeFi. Having wallets actually makes it easy for one to, wherever you are, you can receive your money, you can see your money, you can send money, you can receive money, you can make your transactions wherever you are. So for undeserved regions, mobile first applications, wallets, simplified wallets that do not have a lot of technical jargons that make it unacceptable to users should be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can hear from our panelists that wherever you are, because of the decentralized nature of the technology about Web3, that you do not have limited access. So therefore you have unlimited access to financial inclusion, to financial services, and all of that. And going forward, we've been talking about financial inclusion, different opportunities that are embedded in the ecosystem. But I believe that our audience may want to know if jobs, if there are career opportunities in this ecosystem, and what are they? Like, what opportunities does DeFi, Web3, or AI, offers to people that really want to perhaps, scale their career, or people who are trying to find different career prospects? And this question goes to Ms. Deborah.
All right, thank you. Before I answer that, just to speak to something that you said about people that are scared about AI taking their jobs. I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think AI will take our jobs. I think it's the people that use AI that will take our jobs. So what I just advise people when they ask me that is that, the earlier you start to upskill yourself, the better. And so to answer your question about, opportunities, job opportunities, career opportunities that exist in this space, there are countless career opportunities that exist in this space actually. Because we all know that Web3, DeFi is the evolution of Web2. And we are already seeing a lot of Web2 players coming into Web3. So the same way in a normal corporate setting, you need a developer, you need a business developer, you need a community manager, because as we continue to innovate, there's also need to spread the word about blockchain technology. And so there's constant need for community managers that spread the word. There's constant need for developers, that are building the cool stuff that we use on the blockchain. And so there are amazing opportunities. In fact, everything that you see in Web2 right now can be replicated in the Web3 space. So what I just advise people is do as much research as you can about the space, because you cannot necessarily venture into what you don't even understand in the first place. And for people that find it difficult to understand, I always also advise that you try to understand from a use case perspective. And so yeah, that's pretty much what I think about that.
Wow, thank you so much for that wonderful contribution. As we're about rounding off, I just want to, let us know again, or as a way of reminder, that there are lots of career opportunities. As much as, yes, we have, I think, a little above 35% unemployment rate in Nigeria, but this, I think there's a statistics that is there. I think World Bank statistics that said that in 2024 to 2025, that's over 7 million jobs created by the decentralized ecosystem, and not just decentralized ecosystem, but AI as well. So do not be scared of anything. And I also want to say that if you're here and you really want to earn, you really want to participate, you really want to know how you can into this ecosystem, earning from the comfort of your bedroom, you can actually go to Sodatics. Sodatics is a blockchain-powered research platform that is AI-driven, where you can go and contribute your data and make money from that. As a researcher, you collect data. You can monetize this data as NFT in our NFT data marketplace. And where to get this is at sodatics.com. Our booth is over there, Sodatics. So after now, you can actually come over and I will, do more on how you can even farm our airdrop, okay? So last minute thought, Mr. Obasi, what do you have to say to our audience in 2 seconds? Yes.
Hello. Okay, it's working now. Yeah, I think you already said it all. Like, there's opportunity in this space. It's just about you as an individual wanting to take part of it or be a part. I mean, if you look at the country as it is today, or the world generally, one thing that is common everywhere is global recession, money disappearing, money not being enough, the rise in population and all of that. So rather than become a problem, you can also be a solution. And one of the ways I think people become solution is by contributing to solving the problem that is already on ground. And I tell you, there are a lot of opportunities in the crypto space, or a lot of solutions that you can leverage decentralized technology on. And in terms of maybe assistance or access, there are so many blockchain layer 1 and layer 2 solutions that you can always leverage to for maybe help in the area of tech or in the area of finance and all of that. But again, we have to solve humanity's problem. And to do that, decentralization, that's blockchain, is one of the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please clap, 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 clap. Yeah. Mr. Rakwe, your last minute thoughts.
Okay, so what she said, that everything that exists in Web 2 will be created in Web 3. That's very correct. Just a story. There's a Mexican NGO, someone somewhere. What they simply did was that they created many different images of the Mexican kit, right? They used AI to do this, the meta AI that we all have on WhatsApp. Then they posted it on LinkedIn and then tagged Nike, Adidas, and so many brands. Long story short, 2 days later, they got a deal from Adidas, right? And then that's a lot of work for all the artisans in their community. So the tools are there. It's just your curiosity and desire to create that is and if you're able to just create and put stuff out there, who knows where you might strike gold. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Deborah.
Yeah, all right, final words. What I would say is that blockchain technology is here to stay. Crypto is here to stay. So for anybody having doubts that this thing that they're talking about that I don't even understand, what I advise people is that, try as much as possible to participate, because you don't want a situation where you sit on the sidelines and 20 years later your kids are asking you, what were you doing when, other people were really interested in this space. And so, yeah, like everybody has said, there are a lot of opportunities. There are a lot of companies. I mean, you've heard people speak and they represent certain companies in the blockchain space. These companies even need copywriters. They need social media managers, right, that understand the blockchain. So there are enormous opportunities that you can, tap into. And finally, I'm really excited about, the future of blockchain technology, especially, in Nigeria and Africa. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so let's hear from you, Elizabeth.
In my final words, I would like to encourage everyone to know that in today's world, when people talk about AI, I think people see it as a big deal. But I will tell you this, AIs can never take your job. We feed those AIs with data. You get it, right? Without feeding them data, they know nothing. They are like, let me explain it. When, as a human being, you have a child and first they start to crawl, then they start to walk. You keep teaching them. It's what you do, what they see you do, that they do. So that is how AI is. So for the fact that every day we generate data, for the fact that we are here, we are gathered here, we are generating our own data right here. So with time, there is not how AI is going to take our jobs. They can only take what we've done in the past. So I just want to encourage everyone, whatever talent you have, infuse it into blockchain technology. Don't sleep on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Somebody said you can tell AI to generate code until you ask that AI to implement the front end. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, here comes the end of our panel discussions. You can tell that our panelists have actually done a great job in telling us about the opportunities, the potentials, what we need to do in the space so we can remain sustainable and be able to navigate the complexity that will come during a decentralized future. So please, with a round of applause, let's tell them thank you. Thank you so much.
Please do remain while you have a picture session with Mr. Chuta. Thank you, Fit Titus, for moderating. Thank you, Elizabeth. You were amazing. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, John Orakwe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Obase, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin to bring this day one to a close, we have just about 3 more things to give to you. One is a musical interlude by some artists getting ready to storm out. Right after that, we'll do the last set of award presentations. And then we'll do a fireside chat by David Uzochukwu, and then Cello Africa DAO will come do just about the last presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the musical artistry of these 2 young gentlemen. I don't know if they are performing together or performing separately. Please put your hands together for DJ Awesome and Brave Money. His money is so brave.
Okay, check.
DJ Awesome and Brave Money. Put your hands together for them.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I go by the name One time. You ready for this one? Let's go. All right, you ready for this? One time we check it. Let's go. She give me dance, she give me whiskey, she give me dance, she give me whiskey. I'm feeling your body, yeah, I'm feeling your body, Shout out what you got, y'all. One time. Body, yeah. I like your body. Your body do me something, baby, yo. I want to put down for the color, so baby, make a knock down for the color. Cool temper, baby, yo. Temper. Cool temper. I'm feeling your body, yo. I'm feeling your body, yo. Ready for this now? One time. All right, now let's go. Let's read it for real now. Let's bring it for real now. Push it. One bet. Give that what you got. One time. Easy. Normally. Normally. If you want to make you pay salary. Give them what they got, sir. Give them what you got. Normally. If you want to make you pay salary. More money. She don't care, she don't talk, oh. I'm on the talk, oh. She don't talk, oh. I'm on the talk, oh. So can say, I give a fuck, make them talk. So can say, Can you move on back them door? Oh I bet. Oh I bet. You want knock. Oh I bet. Oh I bet. Oh I bet. Oh I bet. You want knock. Oh I bet. Oh I bet. Listen and me, then they go alone. I know they drink curry. Normally, I like the big things normally. Cause I get the big things normally. My money plenty for salary. She told me say she don't want poverty. She give me booty bands down. She give me booty bands down. Oh I bet. She tell me say that tonight booty down. When you find them know. Oh I bet. 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 Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, respect.
What are people, what up? If you love Africa, say yeah, yeah. If you love Africa, say yeah, yeah. Are you sure? Let's go to DJ, what's up? Let's go. Are you ready? 1, 2. Let's go, DJ, what's up? Drop it down. I said, if you love Africa, say yeah, yeah. Ow! One love to my man, one love, one love. Let's go there, DJ, what's up with you? What's going on there? What's going on, DJ? What's up? Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go, DJ. What's up with you? What's up? All right, let's go. Let's go there. 1.
The boy.
He's a boy, break man. Ain't that Bible? All right. Baby, that's how for me. Oh la la la, give me your love, give me your love, baby, give me your love, baby, give me your love. If you give me your love, I don't go use to the play. If you give me your love, I don't go use to catch you. Oh, give me your love. Baby, come give me your heart. If you give me your heart, I don't go use you to play. If you give me your heart, I don't go use it catch you too. My baby, the KK, they make your bang go down. He said, go down. One time, let's go. 1, 2, 3, go. Baby, dance here for me. 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 I'm only trying dance here for me. I'm only trying dance here for me. Baby, dance here for me. You be my love. Baby girl, now you what I want. Now you what I need. Now you what I want. One time. You say what? Oh. Sure you go there by my side, oh. My baby fine, oh. My baby sad, oh. You that I want, oh, baby. You that I need, oh, baby. I'm on the shop, baby, we can chop. Baby, we can chop. Yeah. 1, 2, 1, 2, let's go. You make your man go down. Are you ready? Go down. Are you sure? Go down. You make your man go down. Go down. 1, 2, 3, go! You make it bang bang go down, go down. One time. 1, 2, ready, bro. Thank you, man.
Hello. I am almost to do the backflip that those guys. Somebody please bring me back. I used to do them, but age has taken them away from me. Now that I told a lie, I thought an AI would have detected it and be screaming. Error, error, error. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do the last set of award presentations. Like we did say, these people have been of deep contribution to the industry, so they deserve every award we're giving them. Right after that, please, David Uzochukwu, who's still in the hall for the fireside chat, would like to have you. And then we'll close the day with Cello Africa Dow's presentation. Mr. Twitter, please, for the last set of awards.
You guys did not clap for my artists very well. You think that they never blew? Don't worry, next time you will hear about them, you will pay like 2 million for table. All right, so end this conversation. I actually think that after the awards, we should close, and tomorrow I can have that fireside chat with David, because what we want to discuss is something that is for a big room with people, okay? And it's something that will benefit a lot of people here. So I would rather that we have the conversation tomorrow. And talking about tomorrow, we have, fully packed sessions tomorrow. We have 2 panel sessions. We have about 3 or 4 workshops. And we have a whole lot of other important presentations that you'll be interested in. So I encourage you to come. I know that fuel prices have made transportation very expensive, and people have to have this conversation with themselves on which one should I just buy 10,000 naira at home, or use 10,000 naira for transport. I know that that's the argument. A lot of people might just decide, okay, I might not finish it in one day. But there is something about physical environment. You know, these are convention. So the anointing in the physical environment is very high. It's higher than the one you get through phone. You understand me? So engaging physically is still the best option for you if you can afford it. So I encourage you guys tomorrow to still invite your friends and your relatives. And some of you came here for the crypto fact. Those cho people for crypto. I have 2 boxing gloves. I have 2 boxing gloves. Anybody that is sure for you and you still want to fight, instead of doing WhatsApp aggression, you know, or going to people's social media handles to fight them, please, we have gloves available. If you can't fight today, tomorrow is another day, I'll still bring it. Okay? Challenge somebody. We'll clear the space. And you people will slot it out once and for all. How many of you watched when Armstrong had this crypto fight? How many of you saw the video? BitBoy Crypto. Who knows BitBoy Crypto here? BitBoy Crypto. You guys are not crypto people. Okay, BitBoy was a YouTuber, so he had a lot of beefs from different people. So one day they decided to physically go and fight. And BitBoy nearly killed the guy. It's not enough to hide behind one macho profile pic and be backing, challenge the person. Okay, and you guys once and for all. All right, so we have a couple of awards, and I want to give it I want to start with, I need Godwin inside the house. Godwin. But the first award we're going to be giving out is the very award that goes to just a moment. Sorry, let me just open the... All right, this award recognizes a project team. Remember, we had 4,203 voters in this award. 4,203. Okay, so they voted GEMIC as the award winner on the category for Web3 most innovative Web3 project category. Put your hands together for Chike Okonkwo, the CEO of GEMIC. Chike, your project, GEMIC, is recognized for your exceptional achievement in the most innovative Web3 project of the year category at the Nigerian Blockchain Industry Award 2024, presented during the Decentralized Intelligence Conference V2. Congratulations.
I want to say a very big thank you to the BNUG community. They've done this for almost 4 or 5 years now, and I've been part of it. And thank you to the community, to the voters. I think I'm dedicating this award to my team, the gaming team. You guys are awesome. And also the community at large of the gaming community, and also the gaming community in Africa. Thank you so much for this award. Thank you guys. Thank you.
All right, so the next award is the Creative Leader Award. Creative Leader Award. Again, over 4,000 people voted, and the award is won by Godwin Okon-Bassi. Put your hands together for Godwin Okon-Bassi. Now, what does this Creative Leader of the Year category represent? Godwin is, first of all, a creative person. All the graphics that we are using in this conference, and the graphics that we used in the last year's conference, and all the graphics that we've been using in our ecosystem, and in the Celo ecosystem also, Celo Africa DAO, it is this young man that does all those graphics. And he puts in a lot of time, a lot of work and effort to create these graphics. And this award is to recognize your effort and appreciate you. Congratulations.
GM, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, well, it's an honor to be given this prestigious award, and I must say it's a product of hard work, and I thank the BNUG team for choosing me as a nominee, and also for all those that believed and voted. for me, I stand to believe that for every innovative project, there is always a stack of excellent creativity. That's what I believe in. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Now, the last set of award for today goes to the women in both blockchain and in DeFi. All right, so we recognize that the voting was done and we addressed blockchain as a whole, but later we identified that there is need to actually break it down into DeFi, women in DeFi and women in blockchain. And in recognition of the work that two outstanding women have been doing in the ecosystem, we understand that there are so many things that people are doing, but we have identified, and you guys voted also, for our dear sister here, who is, Deborah Ogedengbe. Please come forward. You are recognized as the woman, the most outstanding woman in blockchain. Now, we have a separate gift for you because your crystal did not come in early. But just come over here. We're going to web the crystal for you. But we are giving you another special pack, okay? And it's a recognition of your outstanding contribution into the blockchain space. We know that you are running a blockchain infrastructure, the Afe network, right? Okay, with its own token and its own infrastructure. And that's huge for a woman to embark on. And this award is in recognizing the ecosystem. I heard that most of you didn't even know that people were voting for you during this award thing. So congratulations for your outstanding performance. All right, So we'll send the crystal. Then we have Mrs. or Miss Sarah Idohosa. Are you here, Sarah? Put your hands together for Sarah. Come forward, Miss Sarah. I don't know, is it Miss or Mrs.? Oh, it has to be Miss. All the misters. Are you guys seeing women doing great things? Pray God, open my eyes. Okay. So, Ms. Sarah Idohosa, this award recognizes you and your exceptional achievement in the most impactful women in DeFi category at the Nigeria Blockchain Industry Awards 2024, presented during the Decentralized Intelligence Conference V2. Congratulations.
I want to say a very big thank you to the BNUG group and Mr. Shimezi Shuta and every other person who voted. I would say that this award is not for me. It's actually for all the women that are involved in the blockchain space, in the DeFi space, in the Web3 space. This shows that we're actually doing something great as women in DeFi. And with this is actually a push for us to do more, to make sure that more women are being brought into the space. And we have more women seated in conferences like this and also talking about issues in the Web3 space. So once again, thank you very much for this wonderful award.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone. And we are moving. We still have like 3 more hours, and we're giving them out tomorrow. By God's grace, the recipients will be here. And we want to appreciate every one of you for being in this program today, taking the pains of buying fuel at these exorbitant rates to fuel your cars, or paying the exorbitant transport fares to get here. It's not easy, and we don't take it for granted. I mean, just like in the days of COVID, and people were not able to move around, and the virtual workspace was introduced, probably fuel price might likely cause virtual workspace to be back again in full. I heard that the Lagos State government is now requiring their staff to just come to work maybe 2 times a week. or 3 times a week. And it shows that it's real. Okay? So we will continue. In the online platform that we had today, we had close to 600 participants there. And that's wonderful. Put your hands together for that. It's fantastic. And I'm sure we all have had a good time. Did we have a good time? All right. There is a ritual or a tradition that we normally have at the end of each day of our conference from 2017, group photograph. Now, join me on the stage for our Decentralized Intelligence Conference 2024 group photograph. First to come stands beside me. 1 Ethereum to go with it. If you run very fast, you get 1 Bitcoin. If you run very, very well, I make it 10. 10 BTC. Join me on the platform, please. Everyone, just come, leave the booths, just come. Let's have this. This is our ritual. Every year we do this. In our 10th year, we are going to have, maybe give out a G-Wagon for the person who attended all the 10-year series of the conferences. It might be you. Please join us on the stage. Ofi, Rome, Live Woman, come and join us at the stage. She's not running away. After the pictures, you can have her. Leave Bitcoin Buddy. Buddy, you must give me my share of that 100,000. Oh. You can just walk in here and just collect 100K like that. For what? You must give me my share, 50%. You say? Please join us. Don't exclude yourself from this beautiful group photograph. How many of you got their G-Wagon from the, what's that, hamster combat? Our 22 G-Wagon to the mud. I'm telling you. They don't know what they did to me that day. I'm telling you. I got $24 with all my tapping. I'm telling you. Please wait for our sponsor. Join us. Godwin, you don't want to be in this picture. You didn't attend the conference if you're not here. Bayo, Pastor Bayo, please, closing prayer, I beg. Don't go, make we pray.
In Jesus' name, in the mighty name of Jesus, we thank you for today. We thank you for impactful session. Lord, as we go, we ask that you go with us in Jesus' name. We thank you for the success of today, and as we come tomorrow, it shall be better and greater in Jesus' name. Thank you, mighty God, for in Jesus' name we have prayed.
So those who want to register to join Blockchain Experts Association of Nigeria, the link is blockchain users, sorry, blockchain experts ng.org, blockchain experts ng as per Nigeria .org. Just fill out the form and the officials will get in touch with you and all that. ORG. So I go from let's take pictures. Go like this, sir.